16 days of activism in the calendar of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, so that we fully participate and engage in all activities at this time, like all the other parts of the country and the other institutions in the country are doing. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Commissioner. And when we are talking about participating, let's not sit back and say a statement was made. Let's speak about it. Let's participate in ensuring that we come out and educate people on what is happening with this violence. Let's speak about the people. Showcase, there are people who have gone through the same. We should be able to come out and show the public that we are in for this fight. We do not support violence against the women and against the girl child. Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, my name is Jane Vinomsha, and I'm a woman member of Parliament, Uganda District. Right Honorable Speaker, in the district I represent, and that is Uganda, and in particular, Uganda South, and to be specific, Irimia Parish, we have got a challenge of wild animals encroaching over the communities and spoiling the crops and even claiming some lives. Right Honorable Speaker, before the children were still at school, there is a time where wild animals came like hippopotamus and elephants and started grazing on the compound of the school. And that is Irimia Primary School. This brought a lot of tension between the parents, teachers, and even schools. Right Honorable Speaker, not even only wild animals encroaching on the compound of the school. Sometimes there's an instance where a buffalo jumped over the bush and hit on the border cyclist and claimed his life. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that if, as we are promoting socio-economic transformation, my area, mostly, they are there for agriculture. So these people, every plant that they put on the ground, these animals come over and encroach over and spoil and destroy all of the crops. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is if the government could provide this area with electric fence so that we can have elimination of these wild animals encroaching over and destroying our crops. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Jen, thank you for smuggling in something which is not related to what we are discussing. We are discussing about the violence against the women and the children in this country, and the campaign, the 16 days of campaign on the violence on women. And Dan, then
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your clear voice and pronouncement against the violation of the rights of women and the girl child. Right Honorable Speaker, I understand as a country we've made deliberate efforts in fighting this violence. But there are specific areas, Right Honorable Speaker, that we need to pronounce ourselves as leaders and be strong and condemn them. Right Honorable Speaker, in my area, there is a big challenge of young girls being given away for marriage. And it has even worsened with the COVID situation. You know, most people are not earning, and they are looking at these girls as a source of income, Right Honorable Speaker. We need to launch a very serious national campaign. We need to form a serious parliamentary task force against these barbaric tendencies of treating women as tools to be used to earn by a family. Because I can tell you, by the time we finish the COVID time, we'll have many of young girls married. And you see, it doesn't stop at being married at a young age. These young girls cannot even deliver when they get pregnant. we shall lose most of them subsequently. And women are the foundation of this country. So I want to appeal to you and to this House, Right Honourable Speaker, that we pronounce ourselves, form a strong parliamentary task force, join government, and go into these areas and teach people and condemn the issue of violence against women and the girl child and the abuses therein that our traditions and cultures believe should be happening. Thank you very much. Right on.
Thank you, Dan. Actually, this evil of having early marriages is terrible. And I would want us to discuss that when Her Excellency is presenting her paper, because the paper is on early marriages. But it is, the public must know it is not correct. You cannot just give out your girl, your daughter of 12 years, just for just getting riches. I mean, you're putting this girl's life in danger, and that is not correct. All of us in one way or the other are parents, and we must condemn this. And maybe because this is related, I'll amend the order paper. Actually, the Vice President's presentation comes next. Can I have just 3 members on matters of national importance? Mukasa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mukasa Aloysius Taunton Gold is my name, Member of Parliament representing the constituency of Lubaga South. I rise on a matter of urgent public call in regards to the poor emergency response by fire brigade in case of a fire outbreak in Kampala. Right Honorable Speaker, I represent a constituency of people living in low-level housing settlements characterized by slums, yet we have several markets dealing in highly flammable materials like timber. These areas are prone to fire outbreak, which often results into immense loss of lives and property due to slow response of fire emergency services. Right Honorable Speaker, just last night, a timber store in Endeavour caught fire, which destroyed property, heavy machinery, and already finished wooden materials, which were worth of millions. Oftentimes, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, whenever an incident of fire outbreak happens, police firefighters attribute their slow response to limited water capabilities, and at times, police vehicles arrive at the scene carrying no water or with water tanks of low water capacity. This situation is worsened by the fact that there are very few water hydrants across Kampala, which requires the trucks to go back to the station to refill and return to the scene. This results in maximum danger, yet incidents of fire outbreaks are very common, with the most recent happening in Kabao and last month and last night in Endeavour, both in Rubaga South. I therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable gentlemen, honorable ladies, want to know from government what measures are being taken to extend water hydrants closer to timber stores, near slum areas and fuel stations in Kampala to facilitate the fast response to such incidents which have continued to happen, leading to high losses of lives and property. I pray, Right Honorable Speaker, that you direct the Office of the Prime Minister to have a tangible rescue plan for the traders who have lost business as a result of these recent fires. And again, Right Honorable Speaker, these incidents happen during curfew, times when security agencies are in full control, enforcing curfew directives. Through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that curfew should be lifted to allow business owners to take full charge of their businesses at night and be able to respond quickly to such incidents, because many of these businesses, incidents happen when they are at home and cannot do much to save their property. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity given.
Thank you, Gold. Government. I think the issue of curfew is not related to the banning. Yes,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yesterday,
The-
Right Honorable Speaker, you guided that the Minister for Internal Affairs makes a comprehensive statement on fire brigade responses across the country. And I request that our detailed response will also include this scenario,
and
considering the prayer he's putting in place.
Government Chief Whip, I think as you talk about the report from Minister of Internal Affairs, what he has said about the petrol stations is very, very important. When you look at the movement of the person who came and got bombed in front of Parliament, the person was coming from Shell. Shell Total opposite Uganda House. So just imagine if that bomb had exploded from that place, how many places would have suffered? So it is better for us to have the fire extinguishers near those kind of areas so that we are able to arrest any situation that comes on. Yes, Commissioner?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I raise on a procedure matter. The issue, when you look at the issue of fire outbreak, in all our towns in the different constituencies, especially in the areas where they sell timber, it has been common and it happens every now and then. Right, Honorable Speaker, all these traders are actually having trading licenses. That means the traders are approved to trade in timber and to do the thing that they are doing, the trade that they are doing there at the right time. Right, Honorable Speaker, would it be procedure right if we really called the people concerned, because it is continuous, everyday fire outbreak. Shouldn't someone be brought to book? Because these people have trading licenses, KCCA is giving out trading licenses, districts are giving out trading licenses, and people are losing their properties. And they are doing business officially because they are legal entities. Shouldn't we have a policy that there must be this for someone to get a trading license, and shouldn't the people who give the trading license be brought to book? Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Maybe the other thing we also need to know is who has burnt the place. Because by the time you bring somebody to book, you need to know who has lit the fire there and burnt the place. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, most of the fires are accidents, actually.
What?
But they are accidents, but they are caused by electricity, by stray fire. They are mainly accidents. But even if accidents happen, the people who give licenses should know that areas with the timber can have a fire outbreak. That's why I'm saying the concerned people should be brought to book.
So as a leader, what would you advise the people who are giving licenses not to give, or as a leader? No, I need this response from Solomon.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker, I have the leader of opposition is not on record, so I will not respond. But right, Honorable Speaker, I think before you give out a license, there must be minimum standards. They must have fire extinguishers. Somebody to operate a timber shop, must at least have fire extinguishers. And within the vicinity, where there is a pool of different timber shops, things that are flammable, when you're trading that, there must be within that area, within the proximity, there must be fire extinguishers so that in case of a fire outbreak, you can easily fight. But these people go ahead and give out licenses without taking precaution. I think the most important thing is to give out licenses after taking the necessary precautions.
If I could ask a question, all the leaders of Uganda, the voice of the voiceless of all the thousands of people are in Parliament here. Do we have a fire extinguisher outside there? I'm just asking. Yeah, there is a procedural matter there, then you will come.
No, actually, no, Madam Speaker. I was actually responding to the question you have asked us as leaders. And Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, for purposes of record, most of the fires we have had here in Kampala, one of the prominent areas has been Parkyard. Actually, walking distance from the clock tower, where you have the national fire response team. So even if those people had fire extinguishers, even the national response team has failed actually to respond to all those fires, and most of the times, Parkyard has actually been burnt down almost 4 times. So is the issue now the clothes which are there, because the Honorable Commissioner thought that actually the problem is timber. The problem may not necessarily be that they are selling timber there, or that the other place, but providing the right facilities. In the islands, for example, we don't report fires, because even if we report to police, we know they will never come, because there is no fire boat. So we don't respond, we don't report at all. So I buy the proposal that the ministry responsible should come out with a comprehensive plan on why would the fire brigade fail to come just here at the Parliamentary Avenue when it is a few kilometers there? Why do they delay? So there is need for a comprehensive plan on how they are going to respond to these various fires. If it means regional, but even if it was regional, still they will not respond to Buvuma. So we need a clear and a comprehensive plan. Now the plan to address these fires.
Yes, Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Yeah, sometimes important to listen to the voices, and as a leader, you pick. Obviously, we can blame ourselves, we can blame each other. Clearly, it's about fires. The question of the day is that is it an incident of isolated nature that it's not happened severally, and either we have not had a report or conclusively investigated to know the causes, but there are some obvious reasons, Right Honourable Speaker, that we need to address. First of all, as leaders, how do you explain the prevalence of more tear gas per capita than, fire extinguishers in the country? How do you explain that? How do you, we are talking about access to places that have caught fire, but we are not addressing erratic urban planning. What happened to urban planning in this country? The last time I checked, there was the whole minister in charge of urban planning and a deputy. Before even the Minister of Internal Affairs.
Look,
Right,
how are the tear gas aspect related to the fire extinguishers? How is it related?
Right, Honourable, as leaders, we do not legislate in a compressed manner. We diversify.
And secondly, have you ever seen tear gas being poured here when there is peace in Parliament here or anywhere near?
Right, Honourable, it's very difficult to debate with the presiding officer. But I was speaking to the priorities of government, given the needs of the country. Are we getting our priorities right as a country? If you look at our priorities over the last 5 years, how much have we voted to support the fire department of the police as opposed to its tear gas counterpart as the planners of this country? I'm talking about the priorities. How much have we devoted to urban planning as a key concept of development? Because we cannot overcome these challenges by sloganeering about them, but commitment, because we have no space. It's not our space as leaders to lament. It's not our space. I would like to see the Minister of Internal Affairs come here, not to advise us of how he's struggling to get a budget. So if people can get budgets to really give out money without recourse to outcome, why can't we plan and budget for fire extinguishers, for water hydrants? Right, Honorable Speaker, that we can't have water hydrants in a country where water is awash everywhere, that we can't have water hydrants? It's a scandal. So it's an invitation by the society out there to government to get out of slumber and plan. Fire in the timber market. These are markets. So before they are gazetted as markets, are they accessible? You have to have a PhD in urban planning to know that where you have a timber market, it is fire prone. So that before you license, you make provision as leaders, local government or at national level, for access, water hydrants. These are basics, right, Honorable Speaker? I will not participate in a debate of lamentations. I am waiting for a very formidable, solid proposal by government on how they are going to make these places accessible, make water hydrants available, buy more fire extinguishers, and limit, if need be, sell the tear gas trucks to scrap dealers and buy fire extinguishers.
Members, this is a matter of urgency. We need fire extinguishers. And because we are talking about the markets, leave alone the timber areas. These are areas that our people live in. And I want to tell you that day when there was a bomb blast here, I had myself to call for a fire extinguisher. It took over 1 hour for a fire extinguisher to reach here. So that's why members are saying we need an urgent approach towards having fire extinguishers in place. Politics aside, but what we want is fire extinguishers and in designated areas where they can easily be reached. Yes, Honorable. Then Government Chief Whip, you come after.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This drives me to thinking that we have been very, very relaxed on enforcing requirements as we establish all these we are talking about, be it schools, hospitals, vehicles, buses, taxis. I think the law is very clear. Before a boarding school is licensed, they're supposed to have these in place. But how many boarding schools have fire extinguishers? How many buses have them? Banks, any public place, before we run to the government extinguishers, yes, we should benefit from them, but we are supposed also to protect ourselves. So it's my prayer that the enforcers must come up very strictly and genuinely. Corruption has eaten us. Someone will come to establish and open a school without even latrines, without extinguishers, without all the necessary requirements fulfilled. So this is one vital requirement that should be put in place before a license is given. I rest my case, thank you.
Honorable Minister, did you understand what was on the floor? I'm just asking.
Yes.
The issue is, you are the same people who give license to these traders. And when you give license to these traders, if you have a condition that they must have fire extinguishers, ensure that they have fire extinguishers. But why do you go ahead and license before the conditions are fulfilled? At the end of the day, when these markets get burnt, when the timber gets burnt, And remember, they're in designated areas. We are blamed for not rescuing the situation. So we should not be able to license them if they don't fulfill the what? The requirements. That is what was on the floor. Yes, Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, this Hansard is a record which all of us, which academicians, which international community can always refer to. Some of the statements we make on the floor, misleading intentionally. For one to come and say that per tear gas capita, compared it to fire extinguishers. I don't know how he calculates tear gas. I don't know, Right Honorable Speaker, whether such a statement, for God's sake, would be fair. But what is very, very clear, Right Honorable Speaker, is that all of us as leaders, we are to blame. Even opposition, they are leaders. The opposition also is facilitated to give alternative policy statements. I want the leader of opposition to bring out a answer whether he has ever given any alternative policy statement in terms of fire brigade services in this country, and we never discussed it. Because coming here to blame is not enough. So I want us to own it as leaders. We ensure when we are budgeting, these things are considered, not to just come and you say you spend money on tear gas other than a fire extinguisher. And Right Honorable Speaker, that's my only concern. I feel it should be put clearly on record that government of Uganda does not prioritize tear gas over fire extinguisher.
Government Chief Whip, we asked you for a comprehensive statement to be presented tomorrow, and it should be presented tomorrow on this in regard to the fire extinguishers. Elisha?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Dr. Rutahigwa Elisa, Member of Parliament, Rukungiri Municipality. I rise under Rule 49. One, with a question about COVID. Right Honorable Speaker, so far we have had 128,000 cases with over 3,000 deaths. And Right Honorable Speaker, we have a new variant, Omicron, and our honorable members are traveling to Arusha for the inter-parliamentary games. I'm wondering, Right Honorable Speaker, if there has been arrangement for them when they return, that they will be quarantined, because the interactions in Arusha cannot be taken for granted. It is a very big scare, because science so far has it that the Omicron is more than twice doubling the Delta variant.
Dr. Elisha, order, there is an order here. But before Honorable Medi comes with his order, have you ever traveled out of this country and you come back and you're not tested? Don't you go through the process of testing when you're leaving, testing when you're coming? Don't you go through that process? I mean, we are debating like we are people from my village there who don't understand about the testing.
Yes, right.
But doctor, you know very well, and it's good you're a doctor. You know very well that somebody has to go through a testing process. Yes. Medi, there is an order here from Medi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Since you've put the member to order that in this country, people are tested at departure and at arrival, I can now confirm that you confirm to us that he has traveled and returned, and that is a medical doctor.
Your issue has been answered. Auma? Auma?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For purpose record.
Just a minute. There is another doctor who wants to answer the doctor. Doctor, and their neighbors back there.
Classmates. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank Honorable Elisa Tahigwa, who was my classmate for 5 years
In the
at Makerere University in the medical school.
medical school.
Yes, the concern he's raising is genuine, and the Minister of Health will be coming to update Parliament on that new variant, Omicron. But it's true, this variant, which has been first identified in Botswana, then South Africa on the 9th of November. But we have not taken a knee-jerk reaction to cross borders and behave the way some countries have done. The variant is still being studied in terms of its characteristics. I think there should be no cause for worry for now for parliamentarians who are going to Arusha for sports. But our advice that we continue observing the SOPs as we all know them. And like you correctly guided, we've already taken a decision as government to test all the incoming passengers. And the Ministry of Health has also guided that the genomic sequencing should be done. Genomic sequencing means those who test positive, we go further to check which strain they are carrying. And apparently it has been Delta variant, but whoever tests positive at the airport, we do genomic sequencing to see whether there is a possibility of Omicron having entered into the country. But there should be no cause for worry, and the Minister of Health will come to give us technical details. I thank you very much.
Members, we expect a report from Minister of Health tomorrow, as communicated yesterday by the government chief whip. Auma?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purpose, Auma Helen Wandera, Woman Member of Parliament, Busia District. I rise on the matter of national importance. Right Honorable Speaker, on 23rd November this year, we had electrocution in Busia District. Busia Municipal Council organized a football tournament at Buchicha Primary School, Solo A, Village, Solo Parish, and 14 children, all people were confirmed they affected by the electrocution. 3 people died on spot, and 11 people were taken to hospital in Busia District, and they have serious electric burns. The diseased ones, we have Wawire Eric, who was just 16 years, Oleng Brian, 21 years, then we Jury Isaac, 21 years, and the victims are admitted. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, there's need for compensation for these people. Also, we may need to work on the hanging wires, because we are still worried we might experience the same problem we had last week. We should also not harass people, because whenever Busia has such happenings, when they come, they harass people of our district. So they should talk to them in a proper way, and we see way forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister of Energy. Minister of Energy.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm not a minister for Umeme. I'm a minister for energy in totality. Yes, I would invite Honorable Auma to provide details of what happened to enable us to take action on it.
Honorable Auma, after the House, please give the minister the report on what happened, and you see how they can be supported. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper, statement by the Vice President
on the national campaign against defilement, early marriages, and failed parenthood.
Honorable Vice President, please make your presentation.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. The statement I am going to present is on the national campaign against defilement, early marriages, and failed parenthood. But before I present it, Right Honorable, allow me also to join the rest of Ugandans to commemorate the World AIDS Day, which is normally commemorated on 1st December every year. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Cabinet in a meeting held on 22nd November 2021 at State House in Entebbe discussed and approved a paper presented by the First Lady and the Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Museveni,
Yes, why is
on a
that?
national campaign against defilement, early marriages,
Why
and
don't we
parenthood.
wait for the Vice President to finish presenting, then you can bring up your issues. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, since March 2020, studies show increased cases of domestic violence, defilement, and teenage pregnancies in our country. For instance, a study by United Nations Population Fund 2021 found that a total of 354,736 teenage pregnancies were registered in 2020, while 290,219 teenage pregnancies were registered between January to September 2021. This implies that on average, over 32,000 teenage pregnancies are recorded per month. The regions and districts most affected by teenage pregnancies are summarized in the table in page 2 of the statement, which I'm reliably informed has been uploaded to all your iPads. Busoga sub-region, particularly Kamuli, 6,535 teenage pregnancies. Mayuge, 6,205. In Buganda, Mukono alone, 5,535. Wakiso, 10,439. In Rakai, 2,711. In Luero, 4,545. In Kampala, 8,460. In Lango sub-region, in Oyam, 6,449. In Lira, 4,697. In West Nile, in Arua alone, 4,705. In Yumbe, 3,973. In Rwenzori, Luero sub-region, in Kasese, 7,319. And in Chenjojo, 4,341. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, these are indeed very worrying statistics. The Constitution of the Republic. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform this House about this national campaign that will be launched on Friday, 3rd December 2021 at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds, and all members of Parliament, the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker are invited. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, you may be aware that the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, under Article 31, Clause 1, provides for the right to found a family and the duty of the parents to care for and bring up their children. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, under Article 34, provides for the rights of children. Under Article 34, Clause 1, subject to laws enacted in their best interests, children shall have the right to know and be cared for by their parents or those entitled by the law to bring them up. Children are entitled to basic education, which shall be the responsibility of the state and the parents of the children. Children are entitled to be protected from social or economic exploitation and shall not be employed in any or required to perform work that is likely to be hazardous or to interfere with their education or to be harmful to their health or physical, mental, spiritual, moral, or social development. The Penal Code Act, Cap 120, under Section 129, provides for defilement of persons less than 18 years of age. Subsections 1 to 7 provides for the various forms of defilement and the relevant sanctions upon conviction. For instance, subsection 1 states that any person who performs a sexual act with another person who is below the age of 18 years commits a felony known as defilement, as and he is on conviction liable to life imprisonment. Subsection 2 states that any person who attempts to perform a sexual act with another person who is below the age of 18 years commits an offense and is on conviction and liable to imprisonment not exceeding 18 years. Subsection 3 states that any person who performs a sexual act with another person who is below the age of 18 years in any of the circumstances specified in subsection 4 commits a felony called aggravated defilement and is on conviction by High Court liable to suffer death. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, the Children's Act as amended 2016, Section 8A, provides for the prohibition of sexual exploitation of children. Under Section 1, a person shall not engage a child in any work or trade that exposes the child to activities of sexual nature, whether paid for or not. While Section 2 provides that for avoidance of doubt, it shall be unlawful for any person to use a inducement or coercion in the encouragement of a child to engage in any sexual activity. B, children in prostitution or other unlawful sexual practices. And Section 42A provides for protection of children from all forms of violence. Section 42(1) provides that every child has a right to be protected against all forms of violence, including sexual abuse and exploitation, child sacrifice, child labor, child marriage, child trafficking, among others. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you may be aware that the Education, Pre-Primary, Primary and Post-Primary Act 2008 under Section 5(2) provides the responsibility of parents and guardians in the education of their children. And it states that parents and guardians shall provide parental guidance and psychological welfare, promote moral, spiritual, and cultural growth, and participate in the promotion of the discipline of their children. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, with the above laws in place, the Cabinet has taken a decision to invoke the relevant sections of the law to bring the culprits to book. You will recall that in December 2019, the world was affected by COVID-19 pandemic, and accordingly, His Excellency, the President of Uganda in March 2020 announced a total lockdown, which included the closure of all education institutions. The prolonged closure of education institutions has therefore exposed institutional failures, such as weak enforcement of laws by law enforcement agencies and negative social practices, failed parenthood and vulnerability of children, especially girls. Right Honorable Speaker. Consequently, we have witnessed unprecedented levels of defilement, domestic violence, and sexual abuse, which have resulted into increased teenage pregnancies and early marriages that have been widely reported in the print media and the electronic media. The objectives of the national campaign are twofold. Right Honorable Speaker and members, in view of the above, Cabinet approved the national campaign against defilement, early marriages, failed parenthood with two specific objectives. Firstly, to undertake a structured social dialogue with key stakeholders to create awareness about these vices and agree on sustainable solutions. And secondly, direct the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies, specifically JLOS sector, and all local governments to take the necessary action to address the above vices in line with the laws. Right Honorable Speaker, we are envisaging the approach which I'm going to mention now when we are implementing the campaign against defilement, early marriages, and failed parenthood, which Cabinet approved. For instance, the whole of government that integrates the collaborative efforts of the various departments of government agencies will achieve unity of effort towards a shared goal. This means that the three arms of government, that is the executive, the judiciary, and parliament, will be involved in the national campaign. It is anticipated that this national campaign will reawaken the stakeholders to act responsibly given the magnitude of the vice. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, Her Excellency the Vice President, Jessica Alupo, will lead the executive arm of government during the national campaign. Secondly, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Jacob Olanya, the honorable members of Parliament, the legislature will lead the national campaign. The Right Honorable Jacob Olanya will lead the parliament, the legislature. And thirdly, the Chief Justice will lead the judiciary, the arm of the judiciary. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of parliament, the development partners and civil society organizations will provide advocacy and support government to implement this national campaign. Right Honorable Speaker, for avoidance of doubt, the leadership of parliament, including you, will be very instrumental in leading the campaign. The scope of the campaign will target every stakeholder, including ministries, departments and agencies, parents and guardians, political leaders, religious leaders, cultural leaders, community leaders, civil society organizations, the academia, the media, the children, both boys and girls, and the general public. And Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the national campaign will last for a period of 12 months with effect from today. The national campaign will be championed by Her Excellency the Vice President, Jessica Alupo, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Robina Nabanja, and the First Lady and the Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Museveni. The activities to be carried out during the campaign include sensitizing the public about the dangers of defilement and early marriages and sexually transmitted diseases like HIV/AIDS and teenage pregnancies. Mobilize political leaders at all levels, including the civil society organizations, development partners, the private sector, and the academia, and the community leaders to participate and support the campaign goals. Social dialogue with religious leaders, cultural leaders, political leaders, parents, and guardians on responsible parenthood. And the media engagement campaigns, both print and electronic, including the social media. Conducting research and generate reports on defilement, early marriages, teenage pregnancies, sexually transmitted diseases, HIV/AIDS, and girls' education. Mobilizing ministries, departments, and agencies to support the campaign against defilement, early marriages, and failed parenthood, and dissemination of policies and implementation standards and guidelines against the stated vices. Right Honorable Speaker, as I come to the conclusion of my statement, allow me to highlight the expected outcomes. Increased awareness of social, economic, and healthy challenges associated with defilement, early marriages, and teenage pregnancies. Secondly, prosecution of perpetrators of defilement and early marriages in accordance with the law. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, permit me to lay this statement on the floor of Parliament for debate and appropriate action as Parliament may deem it fit. I beg to present.
Oh, Her Excellency, for the good report. Members, I will allow the debate on this for 30 minutes. Sechi, you had something? Sechi?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minister of Finance, can you sit to the other side? Minister of Finance, sit to the other side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, see, I seek and I thank you for your indulgence over this matter of procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, when I saw Her Excellency the Vice President in this house, I was comforted that on top of the statement on sexual violence, there are equally matters of extreme public importance that will be answered by Her Excellency the Vice President. I was in the House yesterday, Right Honorable Speaker, and you made good ruling on the question of the UPDF deployment to Congo, that it shall be made tomorrow. But when I perused my constitution, I saw that Article 98 talks about the president.
There's a procedure matter. He is on procedure. He is on procedure. He's on procedure. Sechi, can you continue?
I saw that Article 98(2) talks about the president shall take precedence over all persons in Uganda in descending orders, the vice president, the speaker, the chief justice, etc., with all powers. I also realized, Madam Speaker, that Article 108 talks about the vice president who shall deputize for president as and when need arises. And Right Honorable Speaker, whereas the guidance you gave still stands, but I thought we as members of parliament, there are matters that are deep to our hearts, particularly when the constitutional provisions are being violated, and all of us swore to protect and defend this constitution. Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission, Article 210 is very clear that Parliament to regulate the Uganda People's Defense Forces. And while I was seated in my sitting room last night, I saw on Al Jazeera, for members who watched Al Jazeera, it was the second headline on Al Jazeera, showing a column of UPDF troops marching, allegedly entering Congo. And when that one happens, I was here and I was part of Parliament that enacted the UPDF Act of 2005. And therein provided that Parliament shall give its approval on top of the constitutional mandate of regulating. But Parliament must give its approval. And now, since these events happened on Monday, we are proceeding as if it's normal. The constitutional order is being violated, and I remain seated here, neighboring the Lieutenant General Mujira, who is seated in this house as a member of the UPDF, with our speaker, and nobody is coming out to sanitize the process. Nobody is telling the country. By the time we debate this matter on Thursday, it will be stale. So if you didn't want institutions in this country, why did we provide for them in this constitution? Right Honorable Speaker, I wouldn't have reason, but I thought I would hide my head, but it was unbearable that now that we have the second most important person in this country, the Vice President, can we be informed? And not only to be informed, but to even now for the 3 or 5 days, we do, at least we sanitize ourselves through a retrospective approval. But we are here, we are looking on. Yes, there is a lot of business. Honorable executive members, can you forgive this country? Can you allow this parliament to be a parliament that you aspire and for the people, without making us hide our heads as we walk out of these chambers? They ask us and we have no answers. Must you prick us in the eye? It is everywhere apart from Parliament. And yet this is your Parliament and members, Right Honorable Speaker and members, we swore to protect and defend this Constitution. That's why we are a representative body with all the state institutions here. But if we are proceeding, trampling down the very Constitution we are meant to protect and defend, I'm so hurt, Right Honorable Speaker. Even other enabling laws, the UPDF Act is very clear. So what is wrong with this country? Can the executive, for God's sake, at least for the semblance of democracy, even if you despise this Parliament, but this is the Parliament that you have. You can't have another Parliament. You may despise us, but we are still the Parliament. We may not know these things, but we are still the Parliament.
Honorable Sechi, have you finished quarreling? Have you finished?
It is endless, but Right Honorable Speaker.
Now, Honorable Sechi, what you're raising is a very important issue. Very important. Switch off. But in yesterday's sitting, the chair ruled that we would have a comprehensive statement tomorrow. This is an abuse to the chair's ruling, because the chair ruled that we shall have a statement on Thursday. And now you're bringing the same thing. We are saying, let's promote a campaign on defilement, early marriages, and that is that. Now, the other one is going to come tomorrow. It's not anything for an argument.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker, only that you are aware, this wasn't a question of a statement. It is a question of this Parliament seeking.
We said we need an action and we need to know what is happening, who gave them the powers to do whatever is being done, and that will come tomorrow.
With that right,
Learn to accept.
I rest my case. I rest my case. I hope they are in the know, and with the authority, I'm sure, and I have no doubt that they stop the trampling of the Constitution.
Workers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And through you, I would like to thank Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, for bringing this very important motion to the House. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a few comments. One of them, if you are talking about gender-based violence, we should also include female genital mutilation, because that's also, it's also violence against a particular group of gender. And then also, I would wish to hear, because this problem of defilement, including incest, and all that we are talking about started last year. So we would wish to know about these criminals or culprits who have been defiling these girls. By now we should be comforted that at least justice is being done, and some of these people have been arrested, or they are facing the law, or even the judgment that has been made, because that will give us a starting point, a ray of hope that something is being done. We have all these that we are mentioning, I appreciate, but as we mention it, it is also important to know that so far the government has done so much, and it will help us also as we move on to our issue of advocacy, which we started as members of WOPA on Thursday last week, and it's supposed to last for 16 days. But also I'm happy that the government has extended it to, I think, 2 years. Then also we need to know, or we need to join the rest in the campaign. And also we need also to know that when we talk about the Children's Act, I've been an advocate of that act for a number of years. And there was in the last parliament, we went even with the team to Luuka when there were issues of children who had dropped out of school and they were cutting sugarcane. We had about 50 members, executive of at the district. And when we talked about the Children's Act, we asked whether these people have ever seen the Children's Act. And they told that there was not a single hand that was raised about it. And even recently, I said in Bukoto, but we had a meeting and I brought it up. So it's also important that we begin sensitizing the people that in that Children's Act, there is a provision that the vice chair at all levels of local government is supposed to be in charge of children. And that will help us in that advocacy so that people know their responsibilities, those who are down there in the ground. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you once again for giving me the opportunity, and I rest my case. Thank you so much.
Thank you, workers. Excellency, the issue is, much as you say, the outcome that the expected outcome is prosecution of the perpetrators of defilement and early marriages. We want you to give us what you've done so far, and then there is also incest. There is a story that came out about some man who impregnated all his daughters. What have we done to that effect? And I'm limiting the debate to 30 minutes, each person 2 minutes. Opa will speak last. Next workers.
Thank you very much. Right Honourable Speaker, my name is Mouma Milton. Right Honourable Speaker, I have to thank the Vice.
You will speak after him. You will speak after Milton.
Thank you very much. Right Honourable Speaker, I have to thank the Vice President for their statement and the campaign that they are planning to launch. Right Honourable Speaker, as a Parliamentary Forum on Population, Food Security and Development, then that of the children, we had started this campaign. Now we are happy that the government is joining this cause. So we have every reason to salute the VP for this gesture. Right Honourable Speaker, there are issues in society, especially some faith, that discourage young girls from menstruating when they're still at home, especially when they are out of school. By so doing, they marry off young girls. So I want to interest the VP to also engage some religious leaders that all children are entitled to study, irrespective of them undergoing that biological process. Right Honourable Speaker, Haji, leave it at that. Right Honourable Speaker, I need protection. Haji here is diverting my submission. Right Honourable Speaker, as a forum still, we are engaging communities as far as teenage pregnancies, early marriages are concerned. But there are challenges in society that are cultural in one way or another. My neighbor here was alluding to one of them. When you go to the terrain of Sebei, the issue of FGM, there are people who feel that culturally somebody has to be subject to that. There are laws in place, but popularizing them still is a task that needs to be taken up by government. Let's all play our part. Let's engage. I think we can make a difference. So I salute the VP for this noble cause. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Milton.
Thank you, Right Honourable
It's about the
Speaker.
cultures and the religious norms that are in place.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. My name is Sylvia Bahireira Tumwekwase, the woman member of parliament for Kamwenge district. I would like to thank Her Excellency, the Vice President, for the statement. I would like to advise that as the campaign goes on, the issue of parenting should be very, very loud and clear, because once parenting gaps are not fixed, we may never achieve much. For example, if on parenting issue, I can cite just one aspect of dress code, which of course parents have to emphasize their coming up children. It is very, very key that parents have to tell their children as they are growing up that dress code is very, very key and will prevent them from very many shortcomings. If I can give an example of people who live in the Middle East and the northern countries of Africa, which are predominantly Muslims, and their dress code is that they put on very long clothes. You can evidently see empirical data shows that their HIV prevalence is at 0.1%, not even 1%. And I want to tell you, honorable members, dress code significantly contributes to the low HIV prevalence in the Arab countries. So if I continue to put on clothes, if I beg your pardon, let me finish, members. I'm protected by the speaker. If our people continue to put on clothes which are above the knees, we expect high teenage pregnancies, we expect defilements not going down because men are not temptation proof. Men are not temptation proof. The moment our people continue to put on clothes which are above the knees, we may not do much. So let us.
We've got your issue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
VP, as you go for the campaign out, it's about the parental guidance and psychological support to these children. They should not, the morals should not be broken. I mean, why would you be putting on a mini? And there you're enticing the men. These men are very dangerous. You're enticing the men. So it is our responsibility. It is our responsibility to make sure that we guide our girl children. We make the girl children dress in a decent way. Mapendusi?
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to join my colleagues in thanking the Vice President for making very clear statements, giving a clear picture of what is on the ground, but also offering what should be done as a country. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the statistics provided, but also reflecting deeply on how the country is moving, you'll realize that some of these very serious issues are linked to a number of factors. Number one, most of the areas where we have serious cases of early pregnancy and so on are areas affected greatly by poverty. Secondly, I think it's also important to look at how we strengthened other institutions, for example, the cultural institutions in some areas. In the Acholi sub-region, the cultural institution plays a big role in promoting ways of life that make the community feel that sense of ownership and take responsibility in raising children. Right Honorable Speaker, I think it is important that government considers working closely with cultural institutions, just like working with other structures of government. But I also want to point out, I worked with the local government for a number of years. And the experience that we had, like working with Gulu District local government, is that sometimes the structures we have down, for example, the LC structures, play very important roles. And it is therefore my hope that we'll make use of these structures so that they can help in supporting the fight. Right Honorable Speaker, My appeal, initiatives. For example, there is need to support the GVB shelters that have been established across the country so they can function well to help rehabilitate victims of GBV. Thank you very much.
Members, when the system switches you off, don't just switch on. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Children's Act provides for a National Children Authority. I want to know from the Vice President what happened of this authority, because it's not felt on the ground. Whatever you have spelled out in your communication is work that is supposed to be done by the National Children's Authority. They are supposed to take care of the rights of the kids in this country. We don't know what they are doing in the districts. It is one of the authorities in this country that is little known. Are they empowered in terms of budget? What are they doing? Because they will do whatever we want to do in this campaign. And then secondly, we know we are talking about abuse of the girl child, but in the last 2 years in this COVID era, there are so many kids that have got pregnant, they have become victims. We want to hear from government, what is the program specifically for these girl children that have got pregnant? Are they going to school now or after? We want to hear that so that we will tell our people that government has a program. There are so many in the countryside.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Emigu Julius Peter is my name, Uchiro County in Kabaramaido District. I want to thank the Vice President for this statement. Only that I want to mention one or two things. I see there are about 5 regions that has been picked by the Vice President. I think that's just for the sake of to make a statement brief. But I'd rather let all the regions be known properly through the research, because other regions which are not there, like TESO, might think we are safe, but we are also not safe actually in all this. But I thank you, probably it's just for sampling. And then the other area that I think should be addressed, especially as we are pushing on this.
Dr. Julius, when you look at down the table, there's a disclaimer.
Okay, maybe this, that is it. But I wanted the other one also to be seen properly so that we are put on the same level. And then what I want the members to know is sometimes it is the parents on both sides, and the police also should be brought in this, especially Minister of Internal Affairs. I have seen several times when such issues take place, police rush in to ask the parents actually to come into negotiations, because they will also have a take home, as the parents of the boy may also take the other side. So even as we push on this, Vice President and colleagues in the House, we need to check on the police and parents on both sides. They are the ones actually encouraging, because they even tell them that, now why do you take so-and-so son maybe to jail, and then also getting something and go back home? And because of the poverty, sometimes people have to accept, but we shall not compromise poverty just as we break the law.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the Vice President for the statement, well made. Right Honorable Speaker, you may find that on the activities which are going to be carried out by the Vice President, in the district there,
it is not the Vice President going to carry on the activities. It is the Vice President leading from executive, then you as members of Parliament are involved from legislature. So the activities are inclusive of you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You may find that in the districts and the municipalities, there is a department known as the probation and the welfare, social welfare. The probation officers, you find that the activities, what they are supposed to do at the district, to mention, they are supposed to sensitize the local communities and the NGOs on child care and protection. Secondly, they offer social support and counseling. So you may find that the activities in this statement, they are mainly the works of the probation officers. You find that the probation officers, they are less funded. I want a second, Right Honorable Speaker. A second, please. Yes. Thank you. I consulted the probation officer in my district, that is the district of Masaka, and he told me on a quarterly basis, he gets 550. You find that a year, he gets 2,200,000. He has no motorcycle, even a car to that department. Yet he's supposed to canvass the whole district. So it is a concern that these probation officers, they should be increased with funding and they are given enough capacity building so that they can do their work. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Members, I want you to know this. We appreciate we have probation officers, but this is a drive that we are leading. The presumption is we are not satisfied with what the probation officers are doing, because, especially because of this COVID-19, so many young girls have conceived, they've gotten married off. It is now us to raise our voices as parliamentarians, as leaders, to make sure that this is reduced. People get information, people are encouraged, counseling is being done. When they hear from a legislator, it's more powerful than hearing from a probation officer. The lady.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving way. I also, for the opportunity provided. I also thank you, Vice President, for sharing. My issue goes around the customary marriage. Under customary marriages, we are, in most cases, we are not given chance to verify the ages of the people going for this marriage. In some cultures, they even hide the brides and you cannot interface with the physical makeup of this bride to really ascertain that they have reached the marital age, which is a challenge. So we, members, as we go out there, we need to look out into the customary marriage. And then our cultures in schools, the teachers have been oriented in such a way that a pregnant student is just out of school. We need to organize capacity building sessions for our teachers to handle the upcoming practices of, for example, teaching a pregnant girl. And teachers have been asking us, how should we take these students? Should we take them as mothers, fellow old women? They need serious orientation on how to handle them. And there is a lot of stigmatization of these students. That is why some of them even reach an extent of running away, because the way they are handled is really suggesting that they should go ahead with marriages, which is a challenge. But under the three highlighted issues of failed parenting, defilement, and early marriages, it is girls that are most affected. Boys.
Watkins, Brenda. Hanifa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Vice President. Madam Vice President, I have very important points to make. Securitization. Madam Vice President, thank you very much. Research, the Vice President talked about research. I'm not quite sure research undertaken in 1 week, but if it's research for first degree holders, it's going to take you 3 years, or master's maybe 2 years, or PhD 5 years. But Madam Vice President, you're aware that your school, the School of Women and Gender Studies at Macquarie University, has a lot of research and high impact journals. You could utilize their school to give you the information and knowledge that you need to facilitate your work. Madam Vice President, through you, Madam Speaker, I think the girls and the women and the mothers and daughters of this country deserve a comprehensive and a particular specific plan and program, and I would call that economic inclusion, economic uplift, and economic empowerment that specifically focuses on the girls and the women. Madam Speaker, and your attention, Madam Vice President, I think the daughters and mothers of this country, I think, will need more of the women in high-ranking offices for these other upcoming girls to look after. And I think you can have a scholarship that focuses on the women, especially those.
Brenda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Vice President for the statement and also say that it was much more on prevention, interventions in regards to prevention of teenage pregnancy. But she also highlighted on page 6 that we had more than 600 girls in different regions who are either they've given birth or they're pregnant. So I thought it was very important also to discuss how to manage young girls and also think of how they can go back to school. In 2020, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Education embarked on a program to revise guidelines for prevention and management of teenage pregnancy in school settings in Uganda. I want to know how far they've reached on this because it provides a framework to support a safe re-entry of girls into schools after pregnancy. I want to know from the Minister and also Right Honorable Speaker, the Vice President has also indicated that schools have been closed, which has also negatively affected the young girls. Schools offer social protection. And I think she would have indicated that they should think of opening schools. Because if you open schools, you will have these children stay in school for a long time. If you revise the curricula and include sex education so that teachers, we used to have senior women, but I think at this rate, we need to revise that the curricula and also teachers are trained to educate children so that we have clear sessions in schools to teach boys and girls on how to actually get to know about.
Hanifa. Jessica.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to thank the Vice President of this motion. It was wanting. My concern is about the reported cases of early pregnancies. For example, in Mukono, you said there were 5,535 reported cases. But I want to give information that there are other cases that are not reported and they are in number. Because a case scenario of my district in Mukono, in Tunda sub-county, I met about 70 early pregnancies victims.
And when you go to police, you find that about 20 are reported. So I want you to help probably, and we get an investigating team to go to those police stations, and we see whether also those cases are taken to court. These people are taken to court, because after some time you see these culprits moving freely. There is also incest. Second point is there is incest. You find that a girl of 12 years is being impregnated by an uncle. And when you go to the police, you find that it is not even recorded. Actually, they finish these problems at the local LC levels. So we need to find out how we can get to these cases such that they are reported. No. Lastly, I also want to thank the Vice President that through you, when we approached the Minister of Gender, when I had a session of...
Yes, members, you may find that these figures are not exact because there are those people that do not report what is happening, and basically because of the stigma. People try to keep it to themselves, people try to look at the culture that you cannot, they feel ashamed with whatever is happening. Jessica, John, Jane.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to join the rest in appreciating the Vice President, the entire Cabinet, and the First Lady for this initiative. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, as we are seated here, the situation is alarming. And to me, this is a wake-up call. The effects of defilement, early marriages, and failed parentalhood is too high, and it is affecting the population. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I propose, as we go to do our sensitization and ensure enforcement, we should analyze the specific primary root causes of these problems so that we shall be able to address them squarely. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, what we are going to do is a reinforcement. I want to thank the government and the President of this country, because we have very good laws. We have very good structures up to village level. Does it mean that we have all gone to sleep? Because now we are defeated. For sustainable solution, therefore, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I propose the red. Can you?
John?
For a sustainable solution, let the relevant ministry be empowered to continuously provide adequate service so that our children and our families can be protected. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, John.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you again. This is a very popular topic and a statement affecting all of us. I believe very few of us here may not be parents. If I were an appointing authority of Her Excellency, the Vice President, then from midnight to night, she would be a Lieutenant General anyway for this statement today. However, Right Honourable Speaker, we begin on this sensitization. We must begin with ourselves. Her statement and statement really are in line with what all of us feel and what is out there. But Right Honorable Speaker, are you aware of how many girls, especially under labor, how many girls, how many children, we the affluent, we the leaders lock up in our houses, in our homes, maybe in towns here? How I wish you commissioned some inquiry and you will find out that it is actually us, the leaders, who are the abusers of these younger people. Very lastly, yes, and I insist, Madam, I insist, it is us, the affluent, who are locking up these younger children. I know teenage begins from 13 to 19. All those numbers are teen. But I want to tell you, today, if you went around the city here, and many us who are locking up these younger people, I want to thank you.
Madam Vice President, the issue is about what Rastaman is saying, that we should start with ourselves. Let's talk about it. Let it not just stop here. Let's go out there and speak about early pregnancies, about defilement. Let's speak to whoever cares to hear about it. And this is the only way we can stop it. Yes, Jen? Avuru, then you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to start by commending Her Excellency for being part and parcel of this problem by bringing this statement on the floor of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, indeed it is a big challenge for us as a country. And I remember I did mention on this floor that we are sitting on a time bomb. Our theme in the last election was NRM was securing the future. And indeed, I see no future of trees, I see no future of rivers, but of human beings, who are the young people, the young girls who are getting impregnated every other day. The fundamental question, Right Honorable Speaker, for all of us leaders to ask is, what has gone wrong with parenting? Why are parents less involved in raising their children like our grandfathers, our fathers did? It could be poverty, it could be alcohol, it could be many things. And those are the root factors that we must know, and as a government, come up with positive solutions. Right Honorable Speaker, when you go to the countries.
Members, the question is, what has gone wrong with the parenting? When these children were at school, nobody felt the pinch. Now the children are at home, you're getting to know that you have to do the parenting. And that is where the problem is coming from, that we failed to do the parenting as parents. Yes, Jen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
William, after Jen.
I am Jen Awichi, Doman MP of Kakamega District. I want to thank you for this opportunity. My people, I want to thank the Vice President for this move. My interest is just to add on something, that as we are going out there to take on this campaign, I urge my fellow colleagues that please let us involve all the student leaders. If you go to schools right from nursery, primary, A-level, higher institutions of studies, there are student leaders. You find that there are counselors, prefects, head prefects, let's make best use of them. If we make best use of them, this move shall be successful. And then also I want to add my fellow colleagues that please, when you go outside there are people who are not leaders, but normally when they speak, the community that they lead or they live in, listen to them attentively. So as we are carrying out this campaign, let's look for such fellas and they'll help us to disseminate the information effectively. Thank you so much.
Madam Vice President, As we speak about the leaders who are going to lead the campaign, the teachers are very, very important in this aspect. The teachers are the ones, now that we are opening schools, the teachers are the ones who can speak to these children to coexist, a girl child and a boy child. They need to know that they can coexist in the same school. We cannot only have single sex schools. William, Dan, Peter, James.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I've listened to my colleagues and got the information very well from our Vice President, but the issue at hand is more than the way we describe it here. For the last 2 years, the rate at which other marriages are happening, defilements, and this one of incest, relatives defiling their own children have increased. Just last week, there is a man who raped a child of about 8 years in Kapchora municipality. Yes, and the biggest problem we have is actually the police. You find that someone like that, after committing that, will advance money to the police, and the case dies at investigation. And you find that that child will just go like that. So members, for me, I prefer that Parliament should come up with very tough punishments or laws that can at least scare these other people who defile young children, and more especially these ones who defile their own relatives. I thank you so much.
We actually have the laws under the Penal Code Act, and it is just the implementation of the laws that the implementers are also not doing the right thing. Because if you're saying police must take an action and police fails to take an action, then there is a problem that must be solved. The laws are available. Yes, Dan.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank Her Excellency, the Vice President, for the statement. The issue of the girl child is a bit complex. We are talking about the campaign. We are talking about defilement. We are talking about other marriages. Right Honourable Speaker, I want us to draw our attention to the dignity and the issues that infringe on the dignity of the girl child. Right Honourable Speaker, the girl child we are talking about in the villages cannot afford a reusable pad. They use lifts, yes, they use boxes, they use banana fibers during their
members, this is a very serious issue.
During their menstrual periods, Right Honourable Speaker. I ran a campaign recently for reusable pads, and I would first do sensitization. And one of the girls told me that, Honourable Member, thank you very much for the reusable pad, but we cannot afford the nika. How shall we use a reusable pad? She described the situation of how she has been doing it. She told me she puts something around her waist and puts a cloth during her menstrual periods to hold, and that cloth is held by another cloth up. It was a very touching situation, Right Honourable Speaker. I really would have loved to
switch on.
I would have loved to hear Her Excellency and the entire government and this Parliament making a commitment that as part of this campaign, we shall provide reusable pads.
These reusable pads are not expensive. What makes them expensive is the procurement process that puts profit 1,000% and the taxes. We are lucky we have our Minister of Finance who is good at acquiring loans here. We can acquire another loan, Right Honourable Speaker, and we demonstrate a commitment to these young women of this country that we are actually concerned. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Peter, Vice President, it is an agreed position of this House that for us to be successful in this campaign, these girls need reusable pads. And some of these girls go to the boys because they want to get some money to buy those things. So if we can pass, and I mean, it is not expensive for us to get the usable pads for our girls. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Vice President for the statement and thank the government for taking up this initiative that has been mainly with the NGOs. Right Honorable Speaker, the question of the girl child is very important to us because we came out of a woman, they are our mothers, they are our sisters, they are our daughters. And therefore it is very important that this country and this parliament looks at the girl child. I come from a fishing community, and you find that a girl child in the fishing community is an endangered species. The report clearly indicates that Busoga and goes down to indicate that Kamuli, Mayuge, and I think third is Namayingo, where there is rampant teenage pregnancy, defilement, and early marriages. What can we do? We cannot bury our heads in the sand. It is time that this parliament and the government woke up to look at the girl child. We are soon opening schools. What plans have we put in place to help those who have already produced and are saying they can no longer go for academics? Are we going to plan for skilling? And what has the ministry done with the skilling program for this girl child? There are those who are working in gold mines and those who are already fishing. What are we going to do with these girls who are now in the gold mines, who are now...
James, Vice President, one of the things that you need to clear is these girls who were at school and conceived and produced or who are still pregnant, are they going back to school? Can they be accommodated at school? Can they be cancelled to reduce the stigma? Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the Vice President for her report. I would like to entirely agree with her that we need to move out and salvage the girl child. But as we move towards the girl child, who stays with this girl child? Even the boy child. So let's have attention of both sexes, the men and the girls. Because as long as we are training our girls to be disciplined, but they are, let me call them hyenas in court. So we must have a two-pronged way of approaching this issue. Madam Speaker, when it comes, we have a Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Let's use that structure to bring to order to all the cultural institutions, because we should actually go a long way and leave alone these other workshops. Let's go to the root causes in societies like clans. So why can't the Ministry of Gender prevail upon all clans to ensure that they have to revive the annual clan meetings? And you may find that out of this continuous talk, we shall have a society which is upright. Otherwise, when we call them to these workshops, they sign maybe if you have given them transport, and it ends there. So let it be handled from the real root causes of society. And I would also like to urge Madam Vice President that the 12 months are not even enough. We can even make it 2 years, 24 months. That's like that the message goes deeper to the rural area. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I also want to thank the Vice President for a statement. Madam Speaker, in the statement, the Vice President outlined the activities and the scope of this campaign. But she has not clearly come up with the resources that will be needed for this campaign. And yet, when we look at the nature of the activities, you'll find out that the activities require enormous resources for the various stakeholders. I think it's a very, very important aspect which the Vice President should take keen interest in. Secondly, as my colleague has said, I would think that this campaign should be continuous. It should not only be a period of 12 years or even 2 years, because the teenage pregnancy has been in this country for long and it has worsened. So I think this campaign should be continuous until we kick out teenage pregnancy, irresponsible parenting, and the rest out of this country. So I would request this should be continuous. And Madam Speaker, one of the major causes of this early pregnancy and all the teenage pregnancy is poverty, which is widely spread. So in the campaign, I think we also need to cater for the poverty eradication interventions, so that at least if we also empower the people economically, I think chances are high that this teenage pregnancy will reduce. I think we can see it practically that when we look at the children of the rich and the poor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, I am Honorable Emma Rose Cherukut, the District Money MP Queen. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate our Vice President for the able statement that she has put before us. I rise on the matter of FGM. I come from that area where female mutilation is done. And as a mother, I can see the chief whip is busy looking at me. I'm also mutilated, but no. So the issue on ground actually is protection, please. Nakut. So the issue here is the act affects the value of a woman, the value of a girl child. It is done at the age of 13, 12 years, not at 18, when these girls are still very young. And the moment the act is done, they are looked at as marriage materials. They should go for marriage. They lose their value in a way that when it comes to delivery, a scar is being created. To deliver becomes very hard. That place has to crack. More pain. So mine is, Madam Vice President, during this campaign, I feel Sabesa region should really be given a special place.
Switch on. Members,
thank you very much.
We need to help Emma and the Sebe region on FGM.
The thing is not easy. It's not nice. When you look at the Bible, the girl and the boys are supposed to enjoy that act. When it has been done, it reduces the sensitivity of a woman. So tell me, Really. It's not a business of deal-darling. I need all of you as honorable members, join me to sensitize my community to leave that act. Otherwise, I appreciate you all. Let's sensitize my people so that we leave that and we have a better sub-region for better issues there. Education is the key. Number two, we need to talk to the surgeons. They look at it as a business to earn money. And they use very funny weapons, knives, which are not sterilized. And you know, we are in the era of HIV. We are in the era of now COVID. What will happen? Asante sana for giving me that audience.
Thank you,
Thank
Emma, Lillian. Members, that is not something nice to hear. We really need to fight as Parliament not to allow that happen on our girl children. And as Emma has said, these children should be left to feel. Yes, Lillian.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank Her Excellency for the paper that she has presented. We talked about the poor parenting. In my district now, most of the children are being taken care of and parented by the grandparents because the parents are children. You find the 15-year-old mother, the 17-year-old father, they can't fend for themselves and they have a baby. So it is the grandparents who are trying to struggle. They are old, they are struggling, they cannot catch up with the technicalities of today. So these children get out of hand. And most of the young mothers, after producing and leaving the babies with the grandparents, they remarry. So you find these children at large. Another thing we should focus on when we go is that the men, we used to know our parents, our brothers, were bread earners. In my district or in the region of West Nile, it is now the women who are tending for the families. They have so much to do, yet the responsibility of being close to the children, to teach them what to do, was their responsibility. They now have to put food on the table. They don't have time to sit with the children and guide them. Can we encourage the men of this country to take the responsibility of being bread earners again in their families, so that the mothers can have time to talk to the children, to guide them, to teach them the rightful things, because you find the mother is in the garden, is in the market in the evening, has to put food on the table, has to look for school fees, then the children at large, and the men, they are only left with the responsibility of putting the women and the young mothers, young girls pregnant, because the women are not the ones impregnating themselves. It is the men, they have relaxed, they don't want to take responsibility, their time is only to sleep.
Can we hear from the girl children? The girl, I mean the young MPs. The young MPs, the youth MPs.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to add on the voice of my colleagues to thank Her Excellency the Vice President for the initiative of a national campaign addressing the plight of the girl child. Right Honorable Speaker, the increasing numbers of teenage pregnancies across the country is not a pleasant sight for us as leaders. And I think we all entirely agree as a nation that it is a responsibility, we all have a role to play. I would like to request the Vice President that in such a campaign, where you get to reach out to different girls across the country, you get to involve the youth leadership. Uganda has a National Youth Council that is well structured from village to national level, and each of these district youth councils have girls on them, have male colleagues on them that would be very, very inspirational to the fellow young people that you get to meet. My colleague and I have done a campaign
sampling across the country, trying to reach out to different girls that have gotten pregnant during this pandemic. And I can assure you that the effort that the two of us have put is not enough. But most importantly, Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to encourage the Vice President to strongly include the role of men in protecting the girl child in our societies. It would be our delight to see many more male champions at the forefront of this campaign, because it all begins with social responsibility. It does not take us anywhere to have many going on the campaign, Right Honorable.
Another young MP.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like also to thank the Vice President for the statement of the national campaign against the teenage pregnancies and violence, the teenage pregnancies and early marriages, failed parenthood, and defilement. I also want to add my voice to what my colleague has submitted as a representative of the young people of Uganda region, because even here on the table, the Vice President has presented to us, you see that Uganda is the most affected on the girl child who have been hit with teenage pregnancies. So my request is that we involve the representation, like us, the MPs for the youths, we be involved in this campaign, and also the leadership of the young people, that is the National Youth Council, as my colleague has elaborated, that we have structures right from village level, and all these structures, each level has a female representative, I mean, a girl representative. So it would be so good for us to involve those young girls and boys who are directly affected by these problems. Second, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, my other appeal is, as we campaign to the girl child, we put the boy child on the front, and also the parents, because the parents have forced the young girls into marriages.
Dr. Tala.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by joining colleagues in thanking Her Excellency, the Vice President, for her statement that seeks to launch a campaign against defilement, early marriages, and failed parenthood. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by addressing the issue of failed parenthood. And I would like to draw the attention of honorable members to what used to happen in terms of parenting way back in the 60s, 70s, and much earlier. Parenting used not to be the preserve of only the parents. It used to be a community matter whereby everybody in the village or in the community would take charge of an errant child if they found them misbehaving. This is no more. And I think we need to tap into this, that whereas now we have various laws that guard against mistreatment of children, sometimes you find that parents take them, such laws very far. And so you hear about, why did you rebuke my child? Yet a neighbor was merely trying to give guidance to a child. And I think as we launch this campaign, we need to tap into this important aspect of the social fabric that we used to enjoy. Secondly,
Right, Honorable Speaker, just maybe.
Members, there are those who would really wish to speak, but you'll speak on the next topic. But when we talk about failed parenting, member Nakut, you're going to speak. Even Jane will speak. Now, when you talk about failed parenting, I want also to bring this, that even us within here, I have got complaints. Members, take charge of your children. I am tired of counseling. Take charge of your children you get from out.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was just making that point.
No, Nakut.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I also wish to add a voice to the one of my colleagues to thank the Vice President for giving a very good statement, well articulated, and to thank Cabinet for being mindful about our daughters. From the people I represent, the numbers go up to 2,000 girls. Those are the ones who have reported to the hospital, excluding those who are begging in the street. The 2,000 girls have been impregnated, so the matter touches me, and that's why I want to thank you. I thank Cabinet for invoking the relevant laws. This is very good. My prayer is that the invocation happens retrospectively from the date Cabinet decided to invoke, so that the people who are responsible for impregnating these girls get the required punishment. It will teach those who are yet to do it not to do it. The other thing I request that we add to the campaign is the care for these girls who are already pregnant. The medical care for these girls who are pregnant, including those who might suffer the leakage because their wombs are not ready, they're not prepared for pregnancy. The other thing I would wish we add to this campaign is a disciplinary action for the officers who slept on their job. These laws have been there, on Right Honorable Speaker, but they've not been implemented. There were people who slept on the job. There were officers who negotiated with the parents. We have CIDs officers, we have the judicial officers, we have the prosecutors. A disciplinary measure for those who did not do their work should be included in this campaign so that it is handled holistically. A multi-sector.
Museveni.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also thank the Vice President. Right Honorable Speaker, I restrict myself on the role of parents. Right Honorable Speaker, I think the parents have not done their work. I always ask myself, why is it that it is now when the schools are closed? Why is it that it is outrageous now? I think they have not done their work. I think we should think on what to do with the parents who are negligent on their children. Really, this is costing Uganda the future. These are the people who are supposed to be here after us. But now there's no future for this country. We should not just sit and watch. If you consider the laws, they are outlining the laws of every stakeholder as far as a child is concerned. But now the parents are busy doing their work. Some parents, by the way, for the information to this house, they are instigating the early marriages. They are the initiators. And not only the poor families, even the rich families, they are the ones arranging for the marriage of these younger girls in expectation of the gifts. Like where they give cows, you find a 13-year, I normally call it child fattening. You find a child of 13 years, they keep her in the house, they give her milk, and she's like someone of 20 years. And then she gets married. Then we should do something to the parents who are negligent to the future of the girl child. I submit.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to appreciate the good report by Her Excellency, the Vice President. Thank you so much for this good report about the girl child. Right Honorable Speaker, as we advocate for violence-free against women and girls, still I'll have to add my voice to my fellow colleagues of sensitizing our parents to put in a lot of effort in advocating for the violence-free against a girl child. But now, Right Honorable Speaker, some of these parents, they think that these children are for the government. So I will propose that we provide a full program of sensitizing our parents in the whole country, a program of mindset change, not only for the youth, but also for parents, sensitizing them, telling them, informing them that it is their right. Yes, the government will not come to your home and tell you that, please tell your girl that this is a dangerous place. This is the place that you shouldn't go as a girl child. Or if we don't do this violence against children, or this early pregnancy, or this violence against our girls will increase. Let us combine effort, go down there in our constituencies and sensitize our parents against this. But we cannot do it if we have not realized that there is a full program that we can put in place to sensitize our parents to realize that it is their role and their first role model to, as far as this program is concerned. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Kinkise. Motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Motion.
Madam Speaker.
There is a motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise under Rule 59, motion without notice, and it's 59C, motion for adjournment of a debate on our rules of procedure of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I move that we adjourn the debate and ask the Vice President to respond, and then we move to another thing. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded?
Second.
No, use this. Use it.
Members, the rules talk of 1 hour for a debate of a minister's statement, and we've taken over 1 hour. We've taken over 1 hour. Would really wish to go to the next item. Can we just have the person who was on the floor, the leader of opposition, the Minister of Children?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for allowing me at this point. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Vice President for this report. And Madam Speaker, I want to think that it is in good faith and intending to address the brightness of our children out there. Madam Speaker, in the same vein, I want to draw the attention of the Vice President and the government to the situation in Uganda, because raising awareness without addressing the political issues will not solve the problem, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one man said that if you are to synchronize the status quo, you have to synchronize the quagmire we are in. And the quagmire is, Madam Speaker, the children who are going for marriage at early age are going there because of a problem, a push factor. And the push factors is the poverty, the wallowing, where the people are wallowing in the poverty, and this matter must be critically addressed by the government. For example, Madam Speaker, in this situation of COVID, the 2 years of lockdown, children of
well-to-do have not gotten pregnant. The children of the poor people are the ones who are pregnant, because the children of the rich have gotten access to education, have continued to be educated, while the other are wallowing in the villages and have been devoured by the wrong people. Madam Speaker, can we have also a policy? Because, Madam Speaker, there is a policy on free education, but it allow me to conclude. Is it free? Madam Speaker, you are a member of Parliament. You know what we are suffering there. The children have failed to attain even primary and secondary school education because of high prices of education. Can we address that also? Madam Speaker, I want to request the government to present to this Parliament how they are going to address the critical areas where our children are becoming victims and they are prone to these conditions because of the situation we are in. And if we are not address this issue of sanitary pads, if we don't continue gazing about this matter of poverty and this situation where we are not treating the poor in this situation, we are not going to address this raising of awareness, Madam Speaker, is going to be a sham activity if we don't critically address the areas of concern, the push factors, why our children are getting prone to these conditions. I salute you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Whopper?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this statement by the Vice President comes after we had earlier debated the issue of the girl child. Right Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, we shall never end these defilement, teenage pregnancies, early marriages, when the police that is supposed to be enforcing the laws is not doing its work. So the enforcement, we have all the necessary legislations, the enforcement has been the challenge. Even where the cases are clear, they will make sure that the investigations are carried out and the file that is sent to DPP is shallow, and therefore they cannot secure a conviction. So, Right Honorable Speaker and Your Excellency the Vice President, we need to first deal with the law enforcers. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, different districts have come up with ordinances. My own district, early marriages were rampant. We came up with an ordinance. We are targeting the defilers, but we are forgetting that we have the parents, we have the LOCs. In my district in Tororo, we had indicated, of course now with the lockdown, the COVID lockdown, it brought other challenges. But if a girl under 18 is married in your village, the LOC must be held responsible together with the parents. So if we don't do that, we shall not end this problem. Majority of the girls that are getting married early, before 18, is because of sometimes the pressure from the parents. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the parent, I want to appreciate the Right Honorable, Your Excellency, the Vice President, on bringing this issue of parenting. Today, I was informed of a young mother that came here with a child of 6 months, a baby. The father is one of us here. And the father has failed to take responsibility. So as we debate this matter, colleagues, as we support this particular statement and support the motions, can we be role models? Can we be role models first and foremost? No, we shall not name, but I just want to inform that member of parliament.
Members, can I have order in the house?
I want to inform.
I am not going to allow any order. I have said myself, yes. I am tired of counseling women here. Women come here with the children. It is the MPs who impregnate these girls. and they abandon these girls. Just imagine this girl is your kid. This girl is your daughter. Such Kubo, you have a daughter who is very young, and somebody irresponsibly impregnates and doesn't take care.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform that colleague of ours. I have said it on the floor. If you know that you are not responsible, go and conduct a DNA and free yourself. But for as long as you don't do that, please, if you know that you are responsible for that kid whose mother came here today, go and make this and take care. Otherwise, we do not want to shame. We do not want to mention your name.
Members,
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Members, can you sit down? If you don't believe in this, members, if you don't believe in this, I will start naming them. Leader of opposition.
Right, Honorable.
There is a
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For allowing me to give my comments on this very important subject. Right Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Saro Pendi said, we discussed this matter at length, and we made some resolutions that various agencies were supposed to carry out some exercise and come back to Parliament with the results. I don't know whether this is one of them, because we did direct the Minister of Education to wait for the schools to happen and to do a better assessment of how many children are affected through this closure of schools and child pregnancy. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm only concerned about two things. One, I have read the document, but I have not seen the cure. We are talking about sensitization, getting the cultural leaders involved, getting political leaders sensitized, getting parents sensitized, getting all these things. We are all sensitized by having your daughter of 10 years, 12 years pregnant. You're already sensitized. How much more information do you want? Do I need a president to talk and tell me that I must take care of my child? Do I need the vice president to tell me that as a man, as a member of parliament, you should not sleep with a child? I think these are realities. We have to face it as Ugandans. We must go back to our roots. Cultural leaders must take responsibility seriously. But when you allow these NGOs to tell our children that if your father beats you up, you go and report to your mother or your father for beating you up, that's wrong. We should go back to our cultural roots and teach our children how to be children. Really, if our parents were reckless, we would not be representing the people of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm concerned about the document. There are so many things lacking there. I would have expected action. Cure is absent from here. So I would like us to be informed after you have sensitized me and feel pain about the pregnancy of my grandchild. What else are you going to do? I want the government to tell me these children who got pregnant at the age of 10, 12, 15, 17, what are you going to do with them? That is the most important thing. We are all fed up with them in our homes, in our community. They are there. A child breastfeeding a fellow child. So can the government come up with a practical solution to this problem? Right, Honorable Speaker, we are politicians. We can speak, we can make speeches, but it will take us nowhere. I want the government to come up with a practical solution to this problem. I thank you.
Procedure matter from Nakawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, firstly, I must say, because I had a colleague talk about parents encouraging their daughters to dress decently. Madam Speaker, I'm a father to a daughter. And as my little girl grows up, I'll encourage her to dress decently like a lady. However, I think we should also encourage the men to have self-control for heaven's sake. There should be no excuse that a man defiled a girl simply because she was dressed in a miniskirt and so he jumped on her. That's not acceptable, Madam Speaker. But the procedural matter I'm raising, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, would it not be procedurally right for you to guide that there be a regular update to this House by the Vice President about this campaign? Because she said it's going to run for a year. Can we have a regular update, let's say monthly, about tangibly what is being done? Because you see, having a campaign is one thing. We have had so many campaigns. But you see, if there's no action taken, the campaign and the sloganeering will remain just that. Can we have a regular update, say per month, that so many men have been arrested and action has been taken, they have defiled girls? A regular update about the promise to provide pads, sanitary towels, because that's a promise that was made by government. Can we have regular updates on these things? If we don't do that, Madam Speaker, it's going to remain another sloganeering that will not bring us any results at the end of the day. I thank you.
I think we'll need a quarterly update from the Vice President on these matters. And what Emat Cecilia was talking about, what about the girls who have already conceived, delivered? We need a pre and post counseling of these girls. And then, of course, we also need to understand what is going to happen in terms of the education. Will the schools accommodate them and that kind of thing? And of course, we are really overemphasizing on a girl child. The people who are misbehaving are boy children. Now, if we don't talk about the boy children, they will continue spoiling the girl children. Let's talk, put the boy children on the front line that you say, government chief whip, reduce your appetite. So we need to have both of these children talked to, both the girl children and the boy children. I know Sech Kubo is very good at it, Sech Kubo. So we should make sure that the boy children are also online. Leader of opposition.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you. I would like you to feel proud for allowing this debate to take this long, because we do debate a lot of cost stuff in this House of Parliament. The Honourable Kasegi is very anxious because she has a loan to present. The other members are very anxious because they have what they think are very urgent matters to dispose of. Then we lose sight of matters close to us because we never afford them the time they desire. Right, Honourable Speaker, feel proud in the fact that members have had enough time to discuss this subject matter, very sensitive. Some of us come from extremely conservative communities where sexuality and attendant challenge are never discussed, and therefore we lose sight. Our work here as legislators is devoid of that software that makes us human and is able to guide our legislation for posterity. Therefore, I will not go in a lot of detail. I will only speak about principally 3 issues because I believe enough justice has been afforded to this subject matter. Initially, thank my friend, the Vice President, for the initiative. The initiative will bear much fruit if followed with practical action. For instance, now that we are beginning the budget process, I'm anxious to see how provision will be made of a long-standing promise of sanitary wear for the girl child. Short of that, like a colleague observed, would be engaged in sloganeering, and that is inconsequential. Will not help the cause for which we are legislators. In the 10th Parliament, Dr. Chris and others recall that we tried, no, the 9th Parliament, we debated the possibility of having a committee of parliament on post-legislative scrutiny to try and understand the efficacy of the legislation that we take and the practicality of the laws that we enact as parliament. I had a member complaining about whether the Children's Act has actually had effect, the kind of momentum we thought it would bring into the protection of our children. But we do not naturally. It arises because we have no occasion to undertake post-legislative scrutiny. Perhaps this parliament, right, Honorable Speaker, should redebate that possibility, because in other jurisdictions in the Commonwealth, it is undertaken and is helpful in assessing as to whether the laws we make actually work or we need to revisit them to take charge of routinely emerging issues in our communities. Right, Honorable Speaker, we should not lose sight of the raw urban information asymmetry. The urban centers, if you look at the information provided by the Vice President, you probably have a big and better flow and sharing of information in the urban areas. The children in the rural areas are more affected. Information is more hidden. Connivance is more awash between security and community leaders in the rural areas. So we need to find a framework that can make information sharing feasible and urgent. So, including a minute, right, Honorable? We would like to see this information sharing feasible and available, and of course, taking charge, now that Honorable Yomus is around, of the challenge that technology is posing to our children. Our children are consuming a lot of adult information on sex and sexuality. And one of the reasons why some conservative communities and schools are still opposed to sexuality education, because we have not provided a boundary between sexuality and sex education. And we need to be very clear for us to be able to attract the desire for schools to accommodate this. Finally, Honorable Speaker, we had waited for the Ministry of Education to avail to the country a safe school reopening framework, which we are yet to get. Part of it would be to explain how government is planning to deal with the children that are pregnant. I do not know how many colleagues here would kindly say that they will send to a class their own children and share a desk or a seat with a pregnant girl. It's not possible. Can we discuss as leaders how we're going to deal with this? Are we dealing with the prenatal or postnatal education of these children, right, Honorable Speaker? Because I think we are just being, we're just talking about this without providing the
Honorable member, when your leader of opposition is speaking, is final. You don't give information to your leader of opposition.
I would like to invite the Minister of Education to share with the country a framework under which these pronouncements of they will go back to school pregnant, how we are going to deal with the trauma of a pregnancy, how the schools being oriented to receive pregnant children, and the teachers being oriented to deal with children that have been recruited into adulthood that look like them. Right, Honorable Speaker, I know this is a very dicey matter, but I'm inviting a honest discussion about these possibilities, so that as political leaders, Like I said earlier, we do not have space for lamentation. That's not our space. Our space is practical solutions to these challenges. But Mr. Speaker, allow me to conclude this because we can speak until the cows come home about this subject. As senior as insistent, I will yield a second, right, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence.
Thank you for giving way. On the issue of pregnant girls being admitted back in the school, I think this is a matter which we can deal with, because I just want to inform you that some years back, Parliament would not allow pregnant women in the house. It was considered a taboo for a woman to appear in the house pregnant. But today, it is a sign of pride.
Which house, Parliament?
I'm saying, in the past, it was not easy for a pregnant woman to be a member of Parliament and pregnant and carrying the baby in the stomach. It was considered, but today, it is a pride for women to be pregnant. You want actually to be seen that you are pregnant. So I think it is important that we should educate our community to accept that a child who is pregnant should also feel comfortable to be pregnant, just as I feel comfortable, or any woman would feel comfortable to be pregnant in Parliament. Thank you.
Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, we have a day care center here in Parliament that looks after the children of our members of Parliament and staff. And I have never known Parliament denying ladies who are pregnant to be in the house. Is their right, constitutional right? But anyway, we cannot blame Imad Cecilia. You know, she stopped producing some 30 years ago. So we can't blame her.
Let me congratulate Honorable Speaker, but by inviting honorable colleagues here to go to your district and establish whether they have juvenile and children courts in these districts that are capable of dealing with child-related defilement cases, because dealing with defilement is very complex in law and in courts. The Children's Act is very clear on the facts that every district shall have a juvenile and children's court. Find out, and if they're not there, the Minister of Finance is here, should be able to establish that they are facilitated under the jail laws financing framework. If not, it's a wake-up call. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Leader of Opposition. Can we have the Minister of Children? We want to know what you've done to the perpetrators of the law. It's a constitutional right for the children. And then it is also under the Penal Code Act on defilement. And we've had a number of people defiling, and then the aspect of incest. So could we be able to know how many have been put to book in this respect?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Vice President for the statement and for the issues that the members have raised here. Right Honorable Speaker, on November 20th, we were celebrating the International Day, or the International Children's Day, and the theme was very clear: investing in our future means investing in our children. And I'm not making a statement. It is very clear that, Right Honorable Speaker, whatever we are debating here, whatever development plans that we have, if we do not address the issues of our children, we may not go very far. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll talk like three things only. One, on the issue of parenting. On the issue of parenting, and it all starts with us. As members of Parliament, those who are here, just make a flashback, a reflection, and see what time do you go to see your children? How many hours do you spend with your children? You leave all the responsibility with the women, at times the women also go to work. So it all starts with us. And I disagree with the member who said that the well-to-do children do not face these problems. I have been having such cases where you find this, one of the partners is one is a lawyer, another one is a doctor, and the child is impregnated by a shamba boy. So I get such cases. So don't look at well-to-do, all the children face the same challenges. Right, Honorable Speaker, you have talked about counseling, and I still repeat that we should make a reflection, we as members of parliament, so that tomorrow when you're going out there, they know that you can talk for the children. Now, if you're the one who is doing this, how will you begin to talk in your constituencies? And all this starts with the mindset. If you see a lady and you say, this is my daughter, this is my girl, I think something can change. It all starts with the mindset. Someone said putting on long clothes. It's just the mindset. When you see somebody putting on a miniskirt and it comes in your head, that's what happens. And I believe that we can change this. The Minister of Ethics is there. She will also improve on the morals and values of our society that have been eroded. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform my colleagues that we have the National Children's Authority, which is functional. And I think what confused people, at first it was called the National Council for Children. When the Children's Amendment Act was made, we changed it to the National Authority, the National Children's Authority. And I can inform you that they are doing good work. They do the issue of monitoring, coordination on issues to do with the children's rights. At times they address the problems that children face, especially the defilement cases in case they report. So that it is functional. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform my colleagues that when we're celebrating the day, the International Children's Day, UNICEF agreed that all members of parliament should go back to their constituencies and listen to these children. They are willing to facilitate you, and I will request those who are interested to go and listen to those children. You know what they are going through. I was hearing whatever you are raising here, issues to do with police, issues to do with probation, issues to do with the community development officers. As we begin this campaign, please have time and go and listen to the children in your constituencies. You will debate better, you will make better policies after listening to the children. And I would request any member of parliament who feels would like to listen to the children in your constituencies, could you please register with the Office of the Government Chief Whip, and then we plan accordingly so that we listen to our children. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to stop there. Thank you so much.
Members, it's not anybody who wishes to. It's all members of parliament. All members of parliament must take a lead on this. And we must go and talk to our children, to the local leaders on what is happening to the children out there before the schools start. Because these children need to be talked to. They've lost hope, they are hopeless. They've lost hope. So you need to get them back, give them hope, and they are able to lead the life that they have been living. And Her Excellency, can you conclude with this? Yes. Imat wants to share information, but her information is always obsolete. It is as old as her.
Right, Honorable Speaker, before the Vice President comes in, I thought it's important to give you information based on the program you have laid or the information you are giving us, that we must listen to these children and probably will learn more. Right, Honorable Speaker, I took the trouble to mobilize about 2 sub-counties. I called all those girls to come and I talked to them, to come alone and I talked to them. I was so devastated and I cried tears, an old woman like me, because of what I saw. Some of them came, they was already carrying a child, about 13 or 14 years, is already carrying a child and is already pregnant. That's what I saw. He's already pregnant and he's carrying a baby. And now what do I do? And then these girls, they tell me that they are facing 2 disasters. One, the boys always deny. They disappear. They either move away from the village, they move to somebody else, to somewhere else. So it's difficult to trace the boy because he doesn't want to run into trouble. The second thing, their parents also chase them away from home. So they don't know what to do. And this is how they get into more trouble from one pregnancy to another, because you now don't even have resources to feed the child you already have. And because you want to live, you now give yourself to some border or any willing man who can give you a meal for the day. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we are willing to go back, but I want members to know or to understand by so doing. So when we go, we should go with a program. And Right Honorable Speaker was able to set up some kind of arrangement where some of those girls could go through some training and tailoring and something like that. We have to go with solution. It is not just enough to listen to them and hear their frustration. It hurts you more. As in particularly women, it hurts you more. Of course, these boys also, we need to talk to them. When they are behaving like men, they stop thinking. They start thinking when they realize they have made a disaster. That's the problem.
Now,
So we have to sensitize the men starting from here. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
We've gotten the information and from Miss Uganda. I think that's how Miss Ogwal saw you. Honorable Vice President, just to summarize.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, 32 members of Parliament have made contributions, but you will allow me just to make a statement to summarize the responses and not to go on a case-by-case basis. For instance, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to appreciate the fact that all the contributions are in the spirit of owning and having collective responsibility on this very pertinent matter. But also I have liked the way colleagues have demonstrated the fact that the matter before us is not about accusations and counter accusations, but it's a matter that requires solutions from all of us. And I would now like to make small responses to a few issues which cut across according to the way you presented them, colleagues. Firstly, Madam Speaker, we are going to do this campaign in a time frame of 1 year. But that does not mean that when we finish 1 year, we stop there. We'll review the 1 year, the rigorous 1 year that we are going to undertake. And then we'll share those achievements and challenges and the gray areas which will still be outstanding, so that we can continue the process in a guided manner. So it's not true that after 1 year we'll stop, but we'll continue. The 1 year will have a program which you will all receive in Kololo on 3rd, when the First Lady, the Minister of Education, Mama Janet, launches the program. You will get a clear program and some other details which may not have been presented here in the interest of time. Madam Speaker, we will take interest in Sebei sub-region and some parts of Karamoja which still participate in FGM. And I want to thank the Minister for Children for responding to issues of the Children's Authority and the interventions that her ministry is making in light of handling the challenges of children, especially child labor. There was a very pertinent question about when schools will open. Schools will open on 10th January 2022. And we are all encouraged to go and drum up support for all children to return to school. All universal primary education schools and universal secondary education schools will open on that day under the policy which we are all conversant with, and we are encouraged to tell parents whose children are pregnant, but also those who have given birth and yet they are school-going age, to take them to school for further advice from teachers. And I want to thank someone who raised the issue of teachers being stakeholders in this campaign. So all the children pregnant, those who gave birth, but they are carrying the children, but they are of school-going age, must also report to school. They will be managed. We are all parents. The situation is before us. It is our responsibility to handle it. Madam Speaker, for me now to say that I have taken note of all the issues which members of parliament raised, and I will take, they have enriched my statement, and we shall capture all of them in a detailed program and concept, which we shall all receive in Kololo on Friday, on 3rd. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Good luck.
Thank you, Vice President. I am happy the government approach is aimed at integrating the collaboration efforts with the various departments and agencies of government to achieve the unity of the efforts towards the shared goal, especially on a girl child. The involvement of the three arms of government, judicial, executive, and legislature is very important. Remember, you are the voice of the voiceless. You should be able to go and speak to the children down there. Let us all support this campaign. It's a national campaign. Whenever we are called upon. And I really want to thank the Vice President for the presentation. And I wish you luck in this campaign. But when you go into this campaign, put in mind the economic inclusion and empowerment of these girl children, either by skilling, training, whichever. We need an inclusion. Involvement of the teachers as core in the campaign to make these children coexist. And then inclusion of the girl child, pregnant or not pregnant, or someone who has given birth, in education. And as members of parliament, we must speak about this campaign. Let it not just remain here in the debate. Speak about it to whoever cares to hear, on defilement, on a girl child, on what we should do as a country to ensure that we reduce on the pregnancies, early pregnancies for our girls. And we must go back to parenting. You leave home very early in the morning. What time do you go back? Do you ever talk to your children? Do you ever have time for them? The children are in the hands of house girls. And it's these same house girls that at the end of the day spoil our children, or house boys, whichever. So thank you so much. Next item.
Item
Number 4 on the order paper, statement by Minister on the commemoration of the World AIDS Day, today, 1st December 2021.
Where is the government chief whip?
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request your indulgence that you give us another time to present the statement, because as I talk now, the ministers in charge are commemorating World AIDS Day with His Excellency the President in Kororo and other guests. So I request for your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker.
We will do a postmortem debate, and it will be overtaken by events, as the Vice President has said. So members, allow me to amend the order paper. Can we look at item 6?
Item 6 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow 65.6 million special drawing rights equivalent to United States dollars 90 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda Secondary School Education Expansion Project.
Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the colleagues. I move that the resolution of Parliament to authorize the government to borrow 65.6 million special drawing rights, which is equivalent to US dollars 90 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda Secondary School Education Expansion Program. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? Is the motion seconded? Seconded by the government chief whip, Minister of ICT, Hajati. All the ministers have seconded. I have Isaac, Liliani, Abigava, seconded by the whole side, including Atan. Even the lobe. Would you love to speak to your motion, Minister?
Right Honorable Speaker and the colleagues, this loan, when you authorize, will enable government to finance various activities in the project in the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Education, to expand the projects which fall in order to improve the quality of education and also to make the life both of the learners and the teachers more comfortable.
Thank you. Yes, the report, there is a report to that effect. Can we get a report from the chairperson of the committee?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for record purpose, I am John Bosco Ikojo, the Member of Parliament, Busia County. I'm actually your Member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to lay this report. This report has been uploaded on our iPad over the last 21 days. And before I present the report to the House, I want to beg that you allow me lay some documents, that is the report to the committee, the minutes of the committee, and other relevant documents as per rules of procedure 155 sub-rule 5 and 155 sub-rule 7. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Madam Speaker, this is the report on the Committee on National Economy on the proposal to borrow 65.6 million special drawing rights equivalent to
There is a procedure.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister and the Chairman for the presentation they have started. But since we have the report on the iPad, right, Honorable Speaker, would it need to be procedure right for the Honorable Chair to just summarize for us and bring out the key highlights so that we can discuss and agree? I beg your indulgence.
Yes, the chair is going to summarize the report.
Madam Speaker, I think my honorable colleague had read my mind. I am not going to read the report in details. And since this report has been with the members for the last over 2 weeks, I'll just go through a few pages, but you'll allow me go through the introduction briefly and the background to the project, and other areas, I'll just go through them in brief.
Please go ahead.
Madam Speaker, on the 22nd sitting of the first meeting of the first session of the 11th Parliament, that was on the 1st of September 2021, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development presented to this House a request for government to borrow 65.5 million US dollars, 65.6 million special drawing rights, equivalent to 90 million US dollars from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda Secondary Education Expansion Program. You recall that you referred this loan request to the Committee of National Economy and the relevant sector committee, and that's the Committee of Education, in line with Rule 155, Sub-Rule 2 of our Rules of Procedure. Madam Speaker, this Parliament draws its authority from Article 159 of the Constitution, and also in addition, Section 36 of our Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended authorizes the ministry to raise funds and by loan and issue guarantees for and on behalf of government. We are also guided by our Public Debt Management Framework 2018, which outlines the principles for acquisition and utilization of public debt for the financial years 2018, 19, 2022, 2023. In line with that, Right Honorable Speaker, this very framework provides the guidelines for external and domestic borrowing, and one of the guiding principles is that for government should borrow. If government is to borrow, government shall continue to pursue concessional borrowing as a means of meeting its external financing requirements. In the guidelines, the guidelines shall apply that social services projects shall be financed at concessional terms. And I believe that this loan is bought on concessional basis. Madam Speaker, further, I would want to say that our public debt strategy adopted in 2021 gives preference mostly for external funding to be on concessional terms. The background to this project, Madam Speaker, Uganda has the second youngest population and among the most rapidly growing populations in the world. It has a population of approximately 42 million, and an annual population growth rate of 3.3%, with nearly half of our population below the age of 15. This subsequently means that our school-going age, that is 6 to 18 years, is growing at a very high rate. Madam Speaker, government has over time actively prioritized education reforms as an anchor for socioeconomic transformation and development in Uganda, and demonstrates through various policies, legal and planning instruments. One among them is the UPE and the USE program projects, which has exponentially led to an increase in enrollment. This has led to an increased demand for secondary education services by learners who successfully complete primary education, which necessitates government to expand facilities and other resources so as to cater for the increasing demand for these critical services. In addition, Madam Speaker, the continued influx of refugees into our country, estimated by the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, as at May 2021, puts the refugee number to 1.4 million refugees, of which 58% are aged between 0 and 17 years. Madam Speaker, approximately 94% of these refugees live in settlement camps, while the rest live in the urban areas. This has put further strain to our education.
Honorable, can you go to the recommendations?
Education.
We have read your document.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Straight away, Madam Speaker, I wanted to say, Madam Speaker, thank you so much. On the recommendations of the committee, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, on assumption that members have read through the report, Madam Speaker, the committee made some observations and recommendations. During the scrutiny of the loan request and the oversight field visit, the committee made the following observations and recommendations. 1, the debt sustainability of the country. The committee observed that in the recent past, the tax to GDP ratio has stagnated around 12%, while total domestic revenue have stagnated around 13%. On the other hand, the ratio of public debt to GDP has increased from 35.6% in June 2019 to 49.8% as at June 2021. In the space of three financial years, the growth in GDP, the growth in debt is largely on account of extra borrowing to cover both revenue shortfalls and the COVID-19 containment-related expenditure. Further, as government continues to support economic recovery through provision of economic stimulus package to various sectors and implement it as stipulated in NDP 3, debt is projected to increase further over the medium term. In addition, the committee noted that government in the budget for financial year 2021-2022, devised a number of measures to reduce the debt pressures that include: one, operationalization of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy aimed at increasing domestic revenue by 0.5% point of GDP each year. Two, enhance efforts towards export promotion and import substitution to increase foreign currency inflows and reduce the outflows. Three, sequencing projects with priority given to those giving a bigger growth dividend. In addition, government will also continue to enhance project execution by fully implementing the reforms under the public investment management strategy for timely realization of their benefits and subsequently their impact on the economy. And four, limiting domestic borrowing to not more than 1% of GDP in the medium term. Madam Speaker, whereas government commits itself to increase domestic revenue annually by 0.5%, it has remained a challenge. For instance, the NDP1 and NDP2 had the same target of increasing domestic revenue annually by 0.5%, by 0.5% of the GDP, which was not achieved. This underperformance of revenue growth has been largely attributed to tax exemptions, tax holidays, and unlimited tax base, since large sections of the economy is informal. The committee recommends that government, through Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, should revise the tax exemptions and tax holiday policies, as well as exploring other means of enhancing domestic revenue mobilization. In addition, government should continue to review its operations with a view of eliminating any wasteful or inefficient expenditure so as to reduce its spending pressures. The second observation of the committee, counterpart funding during the implementation. The committee noted that government has committed $21.6 million for the Universal Secondary Education Expansion Project, which is expected to start from the third year of the project implementation. The government of Uganda fund will be used for recruiting, training in the new curriculum, paying teacher salaries to a sufficient number of qualified teachers, as well as financing recurring operations and maintenance budgets of the new schools. The committee noted with concern that government has over years been slow to fulfill its commitments to pay counterpart funding to most of the externally funded projects. This is attributed to inadequate planning at the initial stage of the project. Sometimes funders are forced to suspend their activities, thus causing a sluggish implementation of the project, which can lead to withdrawal from the project. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should ensure that the Ministry of Education and Sports is availed the required counterpart funding to ensure smooth implementation of the project. In addition, government should develop a sustainability strategy to enable effective operation of the new schools even after the project completion. Observation number 3, lotting of bids as a method of procurement. The committee noted that aware of the contracts under the project, under the proposed USEP, will be through lotting, as the case was under the UGIFT program, where one contractor was given 3 to 5 sites of seed schools within the same cluster of the districts in the same sub-region. Similarly, the procurement plan for the USEP project indicates that a contractor will be awarded between 4 to 5 sites. The committee, however, noted that with concern that under the UGIFT program, phase 1, contractors were awarded without assessing the capacity of the contractors to manage and complete the projects in time. Shoddy works and failures to complete the sites in time was mostly attributed to lotting of many sites to one contractor, who in most cases has limited financial or human resource, thus making for instance, the physical performance of Kihanga Seed School in Nintungamu district, which was supposed to be completed in January 2021, has stalled at 20% as of October 2021. Against the financial performance of 75%, Maji Seed School in Ajimani district, which started in 2019, stands at 61% physical performance against the 85% financial performance as at October 2021. The committee was concerned whether the two among the many poorly performing schools will be completed, given that the contractors have already been paid over and above the project physical performance, as referred in our Annex 1. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Education and Sports should assess the performance of project contractors and recommend to PPDA to blacklist the non-performing contractors. In addition, the Ministry of Education and Sports, in collaboration with anti-corruption state actors, should investigate the poor performing projects with a view of bringing culprits to book. Given the expenditure in the UGIFT, the experience in the UGIFT project, the ministry should reduce the number of sites in a lot to 2 or 3 to ensure timely implementation of the project and avoid recurrence of problems of the same nature in the proposed UGIFT project. Observation and recommendation number 4, the selection criteria of the project. The committee noted that one of the criteria for a sub-county to benefit from USEP under the non-refugee hosting districts is that the sub-county should have been operational by 2016 without a government senior secondary school and must have at least 7 feeder primary schools. The committee have observed that despite the government policy that requires each parish to have a primary school, a number of parishes in the country do not have any such schools. Moreover, with the creation of new administrative units, the size of some sub-counties have reduced, implying that some schools have a huge population size compared to others. The committee further noted that there are sub-counties that do not meet the criteria of 7 feeder senior secondary schools, but the few available schools are densely populated and can satisfy the need for a new seed secondary school. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Education revises the requirements of 7 schools per sub-county to at least 3. At least 3. Inadequate planning. Honorable members, I'm under pressure to conclude the report. Honorable members.
Honorable Ikojo John Bosco, you're not under any pressure to conclude the report.
So I can proceed?
Honorable, you're the one who said it in your preamble that we've been having this report for 2 weeks. We've read the report, we know what is there. Whether you continue reading, it's going to be a loan approved period.
I don't want to go against your ruling. Let me conclude, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Ikoja, there is one speaker in this house. Don't listen to such.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. Madam Speaker, briefly, I wanted to look at the selection criteria. Yeah, I wanted to look at the selection criteria so that members would actually.
Don't disrupt the member, let the chair.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker, the committee noted that one of the criteria, the recommendation, the committee recommends that at least 3, I finished that one. Inadequate planning of the project. The committee was informed that most of the designs for the school projects are implemented without the involvement of local governments during the planning level, and subsequently the designs end up being defective. In the bills of quantities and designs of the UGIFT project, there were a number of omission of important items. One, the schools were designed without provision for water in the VIP latrines, which is a critical factor to keep the girls at school. 2, there was no provision for fencing of the school. Therefore, an omission of a fence and security around the school poses a security risk to the school, making the equipment susceptible to malicious damage, vandalism, trespass, and theft. The school constructed will be equipped with ICT and computers, the libraries, science laboratories, and the new furniture. Schools were designed to have only one sports field, one sports football field, and yet there are several sports that require development. There are no provisions made for a school kitchen, and there was no provision for the head teacher's residence. There was no budget for the individual site feasibility and environmental studies that were to be done by the districts. As a matter of urgency, the Ministry of Education and Sports should secure these constructed schools by way of erecting fences around them. The USAID projects in the USAID project, the Ministry of Education and Sports should address the following: facilitation of local governments to carry out their expected responsibilities, make provisions for climate smart kitchens, and ensure that there is a head teacher's residence. On the other side, they should include other grounds for different sports disciplines. I remember, honorable members, last week we debated and were uploading the national netball team, but in the provision of the new schools, such other sports facilities are not provided for. Madam Speaker, allow me to conclude. The proposed loan is concessional in nature. Thus, consistent with the medium-term debt strategy for financial year 2020-2021, which prioritizes external financing over domestic financing with preference to concessional borrowing. It is also consistent with the external debt principle that requires borrowing for social sector to be on concessional terms. This project is also economically viable given the merits that will accrue from the enhanced access to lower secondary education by focusing on underserved populations in targeted areas, as well as the improvement improvement in the education system and policies in places for quality teaching and learning. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the committee recommends that the proposal by government to borrow 65.6 million special drawing rights, equivalent to $90 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda Secondary Education Expansion Project be approved to subject to the recommendations herein. I beg to move.
Thank you, Chairperson of National Economy. The issue is about borrowing money to improve on the schools now that our children are going to schools. Improve on the sports facilities, the expansion of the schools. Don't debate because you just want to say a word. Yes, Ferigo.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to thank the chairperson for the elaborate report. And truly, it's been with us for a while and it's acceptable. May I ask, Right Honourable Speaker, through you, that the chairperson and the committee were able to appreciate, because I expected a comment on the status of our SDR, because SDR is not cash, it's the equivalent of our gold reserves with the Bretton Woods institutions. Did you have time to evaluate the status of our SDR initially? 2, a quick check. At the time the report was made, one XSDR is the equivalent of 1.4 US dollars, translating into $91.882 million. Meaning that when you do even simple abacus, you have a balance of 6.7 billion equivalent of Ugandan shillings. Did you see that? Who wants to pocket that balance? Did you make the calculation? Before we even debate, can we get that basic out of the picture so that we debate, aware that the figures were properly reconciled, that would not say we borrowed 90, when actually it is 91.88, the equivalent of Ugandan shilling 6.7 billion, that we know the basics and then we move on.
Honorable Chair, but also look, what we are borrowing is 65.6 million US dollars. The equivalent that will come from Uganda, you cannot determine now. It's no longer the 90. It can even be less or more. So you will use our rate as of today. That will be available. But what we are borrowing is in dollars.
Right Honorable, 65 million US dollars. 0.6 is the equivalent of SDR, yeah, so SDR is the equivalent of 91.8, yeah, and a single SDR is 1.400. If you take that computation, you have a balance. If you take a quick calculation, was it considered or we work backwards? Just one second.
Chair, just respond to that.
Right Honorable Speaker, at the time when we're processing this loan, the special drawing right was considered. That's why we came with an equivalent of 90 million US dollars. Currently, I may not be very thorough to say the rate of an SDR in relation to the dollar. But once at the time of processing the loan, it was equivalent to 90 million US dollars.
He's talking in
And,
terms of estimate. Continue.
So I believe that our figures are right based on the timing at that time. Call upon the Minister of Finance should be in position to give us the right figure of the SDA as of now.
Right, Honorable Speaker, and friends, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Special drawing rights, I would equate it to the exchange rate. Yes, please. I know what I'm talking about. Now, today, the exchange rate between the US dollar and the Uganda shillings is 3,600. And I think 25. A few months ago, it was 3,600, no, almost 700. You could see a change within 6 months. But the good thing is that at the time of disbursement, we shall apply the rate which is prevailing then. It could be favorable, it could be unfavorable. That's the nature of the game. There's nothing we can do, but we can. We pray that by the time we start drawing that money, the rate will have come down. Thank you.
It's about the prevailing exchange rate at the time. Yes, Ferrigo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the Minister and the Chair for what they have presented to us about the borrowing. Madam Speaker, I also support that we should endorse the borrowing for some obvious reasons. Literacy levels will increase, cost of education will reduce because we shall have many government facilities. I support that we endorse the borrowing. However, Madam Speaker, in the report, there were some recommendations, and I want to emphasize on some of these recommendations. One of the recommendation and observation was looking at the GDP debt ratio. According to International Monetary Fund standard, when we go beyond 50% GDP debt ratio, as a country, we are rated as credit risky. When we borrow, which we endorse, we should be conscious that already as a country, we are going to be rated as credit risky because our GDP debt ratio will have gone beyond 50%.
Honorable Ferrigo, I want to refer you to the conclusion where the chairman said this loan is consistent with the medium-term debt strategy of 2020-2021, meaning that we are within the borrowing limit.
Madam Speaker, with due respect, he had indicated that according to the report that we are already at 49%. According to the report, currently before the borrowing. So when we add this loan, we are going to shoot beyond 50%.
By the way, the loan is not stagnant. Others are being paid and the loan reduces.
Madam Speaker, secondly, is about our running budget. Right now, Madam Speaker, our budget of around 45 trillion Uganda shillings has a provision of 15 trillion shillings when it comes to loan repayment. I am saying we are going to borrow, but we should also be aware that this borrowing, when it comes to loan repayment, there's a way it's going to stress our budget further. And I'm saying, as we are borrowing, let's be conscious about that. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, is about our history of mismanagement of loan borrowed funds. We need, as Parliament, to be very, very serious this time around. Do we have a scenario of Lubowa International Hospital where 1.4 trillion shillings was injected in the project? When you go down there, there's no value for money. This time around, as we borrow this money, we should have clear stringent measures in implementing the expenditure of this money so that there is real value for money. This one, I want to make it clear to the members that we should be, as we clear the borrowing, let's follow up on how to get value for money. Finally, Madam Speaker.
Let's limit our debate to borrowing for the schools that are touched as an annex.
We need them, but
this is education, boss.
Finally,
I am speaking. Let's limit the debate to borrowing for the schools, not for health. We asked a report for Lubowa. Now we are saying, let's borrow. You are the same people who want our children to go back to school. And we want these children really to go back to school. So the project, and I'm looking at what the committee is saying, it's a viable, the project is also economically viable given the merits that will accrue from the enhanced access to lower secondary education by focusing on unserved population, which is being targeted. Let's not divert ourselves from what is on the report to Lubowa. We know very well that everybody is dissatisfied with the Lubowa, but let's give a trial to education sector. Honorable Solomon, you finished?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to seek a procedural guidance from the committee's report per June 2021 this year. Our debt portfolio had risen to 49.9% of our GDP ratio. And now, once you factor in this loan alone, Right Honorable Speaker, the simple calculation from the 90, even without going to the $92 million, but just take it 90, we shoot up to around 340 billion, 200 million. Now, if we had clocked the 49.9, and now you add this, there is no way you can say we haven't reached the threshold of 50%. We have already reached. And number two, Right Honorable Speaker, you've been knowing the culture of committee reports. We had famous chairpersons, Honorable Said Abumba, amongst others. They raise all the concerns, all the ills, all the landmines. But the conclusion doesn't reflect the body of the report. The conclusion is contrary. It must have been superimposed. The conclusion is not flowing from the body of the report. And you want to escape by saying subject to the recommendations. If we can't factor in the recommendations at this stage, and we order I, then at what stage will those anomalies be corrected, Right Honorable Speaker? So are we proceed on a matter where we have no concrete examples, concrete figures, then We agreed ourselves, right, Honorable Speaker?
Can we find out from the minister on the percentage of the loan, whether we are still within the ceiling or outside the ceiling?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let's just inform this House that this loan is a part and a parcel of our already date numbers. So by acquiring it, yes or no, the very moment we come to Parliament to seek, no, to go to Cabinet, and eventually come to Parliament, we include that loan in our date figure. So the ratio now, as we speak, I think is 49 something. This loan is already taken care of. I thought I should give that information.
So the loan, the 65.6 is included in the 49.9%.
Precisely, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to be with you.
So do you include it before it is approved?
Exactly.
Do you include it before it is approved?
I have not well captured your point, Madam.
You see what the members are saying, that you're saying this loan is part of the 49.9%.
Yes, it is.
And you included it in your report.
Exactly. It is included.
Now the issue is, how would you include it in the report before it is approved by cabinet and before it's approved by Parliament? Or it's a planning process that you do?
Madam Speaker, as I've told you, when we go to Cabinet and eventually we come to Parliament, the loan we are discussing now is already embedded in our date figure. I don't know whether I'm clear. It's already embedded. It's not something now we are saying, if you approve this loan, then we shall add it on, and then we go overboard. Can I maybe suggest?
Can you continue, Minister?
Now, Honorable Sechiko is saying it's not true. I would be too happy if he can produce his own figures here.
Members,
no, please, come.
The Honorable Minister is very clear and being very sincere that
Madam Speaker, can I give some information?
Yes.
Honorable members, actually this project forms part of our the government public investment plan 2021-2022, and it forms part of the budget that was approved in the financial year 2021-2022. So actually this Parliament approved the budget where this loan is involved. So I really don't know whether we can approve our budget and then the same Parliament rejects to finance the same project.
Clarification. Madam Speaker, clarification.
You said the budget was approved by this Parliament, and now you're borrowing money to fund that project, not so? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just need a clarification on this, that we have not yet approved this. And today we are here going to debate it, but you have already included it in the budget. Are we already not being just rubber stamp? What is the use of us now debating to approve this loan? Why should we do it? I just need that information.
There's information here.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much for this opportunity. I'd like to give information to the House that at the time when we are processing the budget for the financial year 2021-2022 in the Education Committee, the budget that was approved by this House, Parliament allocated Uganda shillings 2 billion 15 million shillings in preparation for this project for USIP. And it was observed that government was not having funds to proceed to provide for the 315 city schools in the country where there was great need for our children to get shelter for education. And therefore, when we are looking at this loan before we took our report to the National Economy Committee, we observed and recommend that it's very, very important for government to get this money as a support fund for this loan to be acquired so that those schools are constructed. So the information I want to give members further is that if we don't approve this budget, we'll be needing ourselves. So I would propose and recommend, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, that we proceed and approve this loan.
By the way, this is a budget support loan. It was budgeted for, and we are now just borrowing to support this.
Madam Speaker,
and I don't see why we have a lot of debate. Yes, Smagola.
Madam Speaker, the cross-border trader is saying that as this is a budget support a loan, and moreover, schools are opening, and the major need of this country, that education has been in the limbo for 2 years. I see no reason why we should rotate around when education is the backbone of our country. I therefore move, Madam Speaker, you better lead us to see that we approve this loan so that our Ugandan children can have classrooms where to study in. Thank you, Madam
Honorable Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is clear that this loan is going to help us bridge the gap in those sub-counties that do not have schools, secondary schools, but also in those sub-counties that may have schools, but the schools are in a completely dilapidated state. On that note, Right Honorable Speaker, I move under Rule 59.
Move.
Under Rule 59.
Stop making noise, I'm the speaker here.
Under Rule 59.
Can you sit?
Madam Speaker, that we suspend debate and you put the question.
Is the motion seconded?
Seconded, Madam Speaker, seconded.
The motion is seconded by Taebwa, by the minister, by Peter, by Abigaba. Members, much as this has been seconded, members, much as this has been supported, I am going to accept one statement from only one person, and that is the leader of opposition. I want a statement from the leader of opposition. Much as we go for borrowing, we must have known the statement from the other side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence. First of all, we need to accept our responsibility to our country as political leaders. I am not aware of any political leader in this house or outside who does not want schools in their community. I'm not aware. But the duty of legislation cannot be done under duress. And if a member has not read a document before Parliament, they have a right not to participate in a debate on it. But no, Speaker, this should be on record. And I want to thank you for your indulgence in allowing us to input. This is borrowing. We are actually borrowing on behalf of generations. Therefore, we should not avoid the duty because we haven't read or because we want to show gusto in. No, all of us want these schools, but we must be careful on how we actually borrow. That's why you have laws. I have 2 points, right, Honourable Speaker. Unless the Minister of Finance in his response will clarify, my understanding of how government has been working on the loans since we passed the budget is that the 49% that is being reflected in the report excludes the $1 billion budget support that was approved by IMF board on 28th June this year. I'll be corrected by the Minister of Finance. 2, when we include that figure, the debt to GDP ratio will be 53.6%, as presented by government in the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. If members have not read the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility presented by the Minister of Finance in this House, I don't know why members don't read and want to come here and get confused. The Charter of Fiscal Responsibility, that is before the Budget Committee, talks about 53%. So how can somebody in the same parliament come and present a different figure when you have a figure presented by the Minister of Finance in this House? That one, Speaker. So the Minister of Finance will have to advise the House whether what was presented to Parliament in the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility was a fat lie, and therefore this report is capturing the right information so that they can go on record.
Honorable Court, is there another house here?
I wanted that to be on record, right, Honourable Speaker. 2, right, Honourable Speaker, I want to invite members to appreciate why we need this facility, but properly processed. One of the challenges is that Uganda, in the sub-Saharan region here, south of the Sahara, ranks lowest in financing education as a percentage of GDP. We have no peers, and the records are there. Our financing of education is the lowest in the region as a percentage of GDP. And the lowest is 2.4.2 in the last 6 years, and Uganda ranks lowest, despite the fact that our sector is largely financed by donors. This is information available for every member who cares. Therefore, right, Honourable Speaker, let's be alive to these facts so that when we want to borrow for the sake of lifting this sector, we are also alive to the obligation and attendant future challenges and obligations. Very, very important when you are leaders. Lastly, right, Honourable Speaker, I would like to get commitment from government because in the 3rd year of the project, government is supposed to offer counter funding, the equivalent of 76 billion Ugandan shillings. The Minister of Education and that of Finance should confirm to Parliament this money has been put in the MTF, first of all, and that it will be tabled in the budget framework paper later this month, because very important to secure this financing, especially now, and we capture it so that we even have a report about it regularly until the year of financing, because the danger, right, Honourable Speaker and colleagues, if not captured, then we must prepare for a supplementary, which is a sad way of conducting government business. So I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance to be alive to these obligations, have them captured in the MTF and the BF, the BFP, that we have a report on them over until the 3rd year of financing to avoid provisions later in the 3rd year of supplementaries because they are not in it. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Lob. And when I look at this loan, Minister of Finance, the loan should be a developmental loan for the schools, for the construction of schools.
Yes.
not for training of teachers, not for special, strictly developmental, not recurrent. This must be taken in on account. And we'll need to do accountability for this loan that we are giving out. We approve on condition that it's a developmental loan, not a recurrent loan.
Procedure. Right.
Dr. Kefa.
Madam Speaker.
Dr. Kefa.
Point of procedure.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, the procedure I wanted to raise, and it seems the way we are ending the debate somehow is leaving a bitter taste. But I just wanted to clarify on a few issues. The first thing, actually, although the loan amount that we are talking about is 90 million, actually what we are borrowing is 43 million. 52.1 is a grant. Now, the other thing also that's very interesting about this loan is that it has no interest rate. The interest rate is zero. The other thing that is also very interesting about this loan is that it's from the International Development Association. International Development Association is part of the World Bank Group for assisting poorly developed countries or less developed countries. Access to them is very, very competitive and is based on strict eligibility criteria. Actually, we should be lucky that we can access it. I've seen worse loan as a member of the, previously member of Committee on National Economy, we would borrow loans of 5%. This one is completely zero.
Honorable Minister of Finance,
Madam
Speaker.
Now,
Honorable Minister of Finance, can you respond to what was raised by leader of opposition?
The last point I wanted to raise, Madam.
Yes.
Point of procedure.
Order.
Point of procedure.
Order.
I'm on procedure, sir. The only concern that should be there is about government preparedness to implement the project. That's where we normally get problems.
Yes.
This loan has a commitment fee. And if government commitment fee means that money is being set aside, and if you don't use it, the commitment fee goes up. So what is very important is government should assure us that they are prepared to start on the project because the commitment fee will go up. So it's very important.
Order, Madam Speaker.
So I therefore appeal to the members to actually adopt this, approve this one without an hesitation.
Dr. Vaiga, being an old member of parliament, I thought you don't put somebody on procedure to order. And you don't switch on a mic and start saying order. He's on procedure.
So I conclude, Madam Speaker, in my view, in view of what we've been going through in the past, this is something which is very straightforward and actually shouldn't even attract even much debate. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker.
Members, when you look at the report on table 7, the IDA loan is 66, and then the grant is 44. Well, that's what you look at, but I want the minister to respond to what the leader of opposition asked.
You allow us to
Can I have the minister respond to what the leader of opposition asked?
Before I respond to what the leader of opposition said, let me throw more light on the benefits of this law. First of all, almost half of this loan, we are now presenting you here the borrowing. But there is a grant, which is almost, the grant is about $60 million US, as opposed to $90 million, which is a loan. This facility, let me call it that way, is meant to build 116 secondary schools. In sub-counties that do not have a secondary school as we speak now. Then 34 of those 116 are supposed to be built in the refugee posting areas. There is even more. I don't know whether the committee, maybe because some of us may not have read the report in detail. This loan is there to help even to cater for people with special needs, including their equipment and materials. There is also this loan and grant is meant to enhance policy development within the sector. But also more significantly, it is also supposed to enhance capacity building of staff, both at the ministry and even in the schools. So I thought I should give this background information. Can I finish, please? Let me finish. So that when you are debating, you debate with something that you realize the value. And of course, if we do not take the loan, and my technical officers were telling me, I'm not threatening, please don't misunderstand me. Don't say the minister now is trying to threaten us. No. Then the loan, together with the grant, they will be withdrawn. We must take a decision by end of January. I have been trying to write, I've written a letter. Sorry? Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad, Madam Speaker, they are saying that the decision has already been taken. I'm very happy about that one. I have no quarrel. That's what I came here to get from you, so that we can go. But yes, please, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for giving way for clarification. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm looking at the World Bank data on the balance of payment. And I can clearly see that right from the 1980s, Uganda has been having a negative balance of payment, only that of recent, it is extremely negative to the extent of negative 2.4 billion. This is close to 10 trillions. Balance of payment. Now, balance of payment would affect our exchange rate and definitely
Order,
given...
Madam Speaker.
No,
Honorable members.
I'm on clarification. I'm on clarification.
I don't understand your clarification.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Please, give me time.
There is an order.
Now,
There is an order.
Madam Speaker, I'm very proud of your guidance of this House, Madam Speaker.
There is an order.
Order, Madam
Dr.
Speaker.
Batwa, there is an order.
Madam Speaker, before I submit, I would like your protection from Honorable Sekikubo, my mentor. He taught me good manners in Parliament of the tennis Parliament.
Honorable Sekikubo. Honorable Sekikubo. Actually,
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Sekikubo, we have been at peace when you are away.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Sekikubo is my mentor. He taught me how to organize and disorganize, but he's disorganizing his student. Madam Speaker, you guided the House very well. 2 days and yesterday, that during our submission, we should not put a lot of relying on social media information. Madam Speaker, a honorable minister in the shadow cabinet the Ministry of Health, has stood before the August House, submitting information from what you really advised us, Madam Speaker. I therefore, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether my good friend, the Shadow Minister of Health, is in order to submit information from social media.
Members, honorable members, I now put a question that a motion for resolution of Parliament
Madam Speaker, we still
to
have
authorize
issues.
government
Madam Speaker,
to
we
borrow
still have issues.
65.6 million special drawing rights equivalent to 90 million US dollars from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda secondary school education expansion projects be adopted by this House. Those in favor say aye, and those
Aye.
the ayes have it. Members, we have a report on HIV/AIDS that from Parliament that we need to be given to the country. Commissioner.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure.
Members, please listen to the Commissioner.
Right Honorable Speaker, I stand on behalf of the Parliamentary Commission to present the World AIDS Day message from Parliament. Today, we remember our loved ones and those who have lost in the battle
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the International AIDS Day of 1st December, every December of the year, is a well-known international day, which we observe as a country. Right Honorable Speaker, throughout all the past years of this House, such a matter can only be presented on behalf of government by a minister. Number two, even we have our own forum on HIV/AIDS. But on this specific one, Right Honorable Speaker, it is a matter that touches government, the people of Uganda. Unless when government has abdicated its role and duty today, it's never. It can only be advanced by government. Is the Honorable Commissioner therefore proceeded right to proceed to present a statement on the HIV and International AIDS Day when we know that this is the duty and the responsibility of government, and for him he takes it up as a statement from Parliament? This cannot be a statement from Parliament. This is a statement of government.
Honorable Sechkubo, we are acting as per Rule 54(1). We expected a minister of presidency to come and make a statement on AIDS Day. The minister did not come, but we are making our statement as Parliament. Why would you refuse the commissioner to make his statement? This is our statement as leadership of Parliament. Can you go ahead? Go ahead. Remember, there are three arms of government: there's executive, legislature, and judiciary.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your wise ruling. Right Honorable Speaker, today we remember our loved ones and those we have lost in the battle, and send our encouragements to those who continue to care for their sick. We also remember those who have set the pace for the fight against the scourge of HIV and AIDS in Uganda. Those who have openly fought stigma and through positive living impacted on the lives of their communities. Right Honorable Speaker. We recognize the special efforts of government led by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in the fight against HIV/AIDS in this country. We salute our frontline workers who always go beyond their call of duty to ensure that there is a service despite the challenges. Right Honorable Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought about its complications, like affecting access to antiretroviral therapy, increase the pressure on our health systems, where many people are now seeking access to health services in different hospitals, and in one way or another, challenged us to do better to attend to the health needs of our people in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament is committed to ensuring that we increase efforts in creating awareness and fighting stigma in our communities against HIV and AIDS. We have to look into improving the budgeting, and this is because we are the custodians of the budgeting as Parliament of Uganda, and deliberately invest in technology that supports responses to HIV and AIDS. We must not lose our gains in the fight against HIV and AIDS as a country. And as soldier on, we have to soldier on with the fight to end inequalities, Right Honorable Speaker. Through this, we shall end the pandemic and above all, achieve the global goal of ending HIV/AIDS by 2030. And on behalf of the Parliamentary Commission, the statement is signed by Honorable Anita Annett among the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you, Honorable Sechkubo, for being part of Parliament. Members, I adjourn the House to 2 tomorrow.